I'm sorry, but who is in charge of getting the mics on? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. That's a little loud. They wanted me to wake y'all up this morning, so I want to invite everybody in to take their seats. We've got plenty of seating, particularly in the middle with the tables for those who need something to press on and write on. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you all here to our inaugural Family First Summit, this first summit being focused on the issue of children 0 to 5. And I'll just have to admit, high time that we start to have this conversation as a collective community. My name is Andrew Gillum, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of serving as the mayor of our capital city, Tallahassee, Florida. And I also have the neat distinction of being husband to R.J. Gillum and daddy to Jackson and Caroline, which is, in more ways than you know, lit a fire under me on this issue. I've always cared about children, adolescent, but there's another experience you go through when you become a parent, and these issues start to show up for you first and foremost and forefront on your mind, on your day. You got spit up on your suits. You've got, bags from no sleep. You got short tempers from so many other things. And so this is a reality for so many of our community that they experience every single day. Just a little bit about those of you all who have been invited to attend this morning. We sent an outreach to about 120 folks that we wanted to make sure we're in the room for this conversation. And so that's what the middle section is really set up for. And then we knew that there would be folks from the community that might drop in and have interest. And so we set up some gallery seating on the side, and all comers are indeed welcome. I want to start with a few acknowledgments. I want to thank, where's Dr. Mimi Graham and Loran Osley? For wherever you are in the room, if you all would wave. Yesterday, those two did an amazing job at helping to usher our experts who were visiting with us, and that you'll hear from in just a few minutes, all throughout our community. You know, they spoke to WFSU. They spoke to the Tallahassee Democrat Editorial Board. They spoke with the Children's Cabinet for the state of Florida and Wansley Walters, Madam Chair, and former Secretary of Department of Juvenile Justice. Thank you for hosting that meeting, where legislators and Secretary of Education and other professionals around this issue area were there to attend. I also want to acknowledge that I see Christy Daly, who is the current Secretary for the Department of Juvenile Justice, who herself is ushering in the next layer of the sea change with regard to how our community, our state, addresses juvenile justice issues. My colleague just snuck in, Commissioner Nancy Miller. It's a pleasure to have you here with us as well this morning. And to all of you, our community leaders, our business leaders, our practitioners in the field, it's a real pleasure to have you with us this morning. We decided, certainly myself and my staff, to dig in on this early childhood education agenda because for those of you who know the research, and I know many of you do, those of you who are tangential or directly involved in children's issues, you know that it is imperative that we begin the investment in our children from zero. And that's when they're in the womb. That begins with the mother's health and the mother's wellness, nutrition. Then it carries through to age 3, which is extremely pivotal, and then to age 5. More than 90% of brain development in human beings takes place between 0 and 3, and 0 and 5 as a larger period of transformation for our young people. In fact, that certain brain connections, if they're not made at that earliest period of development, and some humans don't get made. And so the truth is that if you start behind, you almost always stay behind. And that's an unfortunate situation in our society. And so if we care about the issues of health and of poverty, of juvenile justice and of criminal justice, of economic opportunity for all people, we have to care about the issue of our children. And so by your presence here today, you all are clearly showing that you value the role that early childhood education plays in the development of our community. I'd like to take a moment and thank our sponsors who helped to make this conversation possible. First, Whole Child Leon. If you're here, feel free to wave where you are. Capital Regional Medical Center, Mad Dog Construction, Comcast, Capital Health Plan, sorry about that, Florida Blue, Hancock Bank, Catalyst Consulting Group, Ufelder and Associates PA, Cake Communication, the Foundation for Leon County Schools. Thank you also to One-on-One Restaurant Computer Aid for providing all of today's food and refreshments. I think I also see a number of our platinum sponsors who are here. And at this time, I actually want to invite those individuals to the stage in this order. Our platinum level sponsors have generously supported at the $5,000 level to help make this work possible and carrying out for the next several months and years. I'd like to welcome first Ms. Connie Steins with TMH, followed by Lisa Brown from the Tallahassee Leon Federal Credit Union, and Ms. Heather Peebles of WCTV to give some quick welcoming remarks. Will you applaud them and welcome them as they come?
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Connie Steins, and I'm with Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, and it's so delighted to be here today. It's really nice to look over the audience and see so many familiar faces. I've been here for about 2 years, so I see a lot of familiar faces, and glad that you can make it today. You're probably asking, why is someone from a hospital here to talk about education? That should be the teachers and the schools. Well, I'm going to tell you why. I got to put my glasses on first, so I can see. See, according to the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, the earliest years of our life set us on paths leading toward or away from good health. There is an ever-growing body of evidence that links experience in early childhood with health throughout life, particularly adulthood. Research has consistently shown that brain development, along with cognitive and behavioral development early in life, are strongly linked to an array of important health outcomes later in life, including cardiovascular disease, stroke, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, smoking, drug use, and depression. It's, the same speech you just gave, so we can all sit down now. No. But research has been accumulating for over 40 years by, distinguished epidemiologists, and it's in the literature that children who participate in high-quality early childhood development programs experience a range of immediate and long-term health benefits. These benefits are in addition to cognitive gains, better academic achievement, lower rates of delinquency, and arrest later in adolescence. And all of these would make a bigger and better community for us. So with this being said, the links between children's development and adult health may involve connecting the dots. And prevention is key. TMH is ready to work together with you, starting to connect the dots. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Good morning. I am Lisa Brown, President and CEO of Tallahassee's oldest community chartered credit union. It is my honor and privilege to welcome you today on behalf of Tallahassee Leon Federal Credit Union. As a third-generation Tallahassee resident and with 2 teenage kids of my own, I am excited about the mayor's vision for building a brighter future for Tallahassee's children and families. At the credit union, we have a particular passion for educating youth on personal finance, and you can see that firsthand in our lobbies and at our award-winning summer camp. So when we talk about the health, we're here to talk about the financial health of this community and how important that aspect of our community is. We hope that this day promotes collaboration and innovation among the best and brightest in our fair city. We look forward to working together to make great things happen.
Good morning. I'm Heather Peebles, and I've got the privilege of managing WCTV. We're celebrating 60 years this year, so many thanks to you all for helping us get there. I have to commend everyone in the room for taking a leadership role this morning by being in attendance. This is certainly a very valuable way for us to spend our Friday morning, and thank you, Mayor Gillum. WCTV has been serving this community for, well, generations, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to tell you that we really appreciate not only you watching, but you sharing your stories with us. It is very important to the station and to me that we do everything we can for this community to make this place a safer, healthier, and happier place to raise our children. And I hope that shows in our coverage. So, and lastly, thank you, Mayor Gillum, for letting us be a part of it and then allowing us to share the information you're going to learn today with the rest of the community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, want to thank again our partners. We couldn't do this without you, and I also want to say a couple of people who we couldn't do it without, and I won't name them for the sake of time. But on page 20 of your program books is a list of the committee that worked diligently on this. Frankly, we doubted at times whether or not we would be able to pull off a big community event like this with folks like you, and I'm thankful to each of them for their effort, their energy. As you heard from our speakers, whether it's banking or communications or the development of our children from a very, very early point, crosses sectors, it crosses silos. The impact of not doing it is deleterious for our community. This morning, actually late last night, I got a video from the city manager, and it showed a recording of what appeared to be middle and high school students basically in a melee at a Tallahassee apartment complex. I mean, it was a disgusting view of violence, and it was heartbreaking. And my guess is of the many hundreds or thousands of people that are probably going to see this video over the course of today on social media and elsewise, that nobody's going to stop to ask the question around what happened earlier on. What was the trauma early on? What brain connections and brain functioning around executive function and how it is you deal with human beings and the social interactions and so on. What of those weren't made from an earlier period? And the truth is, by no means to excuse that kind of behavior. Exclamation mark for me how important it is for us to make the community aware of how important it is early on to begin communication and conversation of this nature to say exactly what does happen in those early years of development. Today you're going to hear from two amazing speakers and presenters. You're also going to hear from two community panels, which are folks who are representative of us, our community. These are our community issues, our community problems. And by the end of this morning, and we're going to be judicious with your time, you're going to hear me come back and mention a couple of next steps that we want to pursue. One of which is the setting up or the establishing of about 4 work groups. And we're going to ask those of you here to consider participating in those work groups. And they are, just to name them, the improved quality and affordability of child care for all, family-friendly workplaces and community culture, greater community investments in children and families, and resources and trainings for parents and for families. Those are 4 target groups that we think it's important for this community to begin to rally around and have some conversation. And because I know you all are very busy people, and I know my own bias, as my mother called me growing up, a Burger King baby, my way, right away, I believe in setting time limits to things. And so we're hoping to wrap up the work of each of these work groups before the year concludes, roughly 6 to 7 months of work. And so if you volunteer for these groups, know that we're beginning with an end in mind, and that's very important. I now have the distinct honor of bringing our first presenter to the stage. And before I do that, my volunteer team will hurt me if I don't say this, and that is the hashtag, for those of you on social media, Alan Williams, Representative Williams, the hashtag for today's event and for our Family First agenda is pound. That's that, phone sign, pound. Family TLH. So pound family TLH. For those of you on social media, we hope that you will use our hashtag to engage with each other, obviously with our office, but to keep the conversation going. So when we see you with your cell phones out, we know that you're not, playing, that you're actually tweeting about what you're hearing today. To kick things off, first, this morning, we're going to have, I think, a very exhilarating presentation on brain science and the brain science of early childhood development. To lead this discussion, we have a very distinguished guest, Dr. Craig T. Ramey. Professor Ramey is a distinguished research scholar of human development at the Virginia Tech Carilion Research Institute, professor of psychology at Virginia Tech, and professor of pediatrics at the Virginia Tech Carilion School of Medicine. He specializes in the study of factors affecting children's health and development of intelligence, social competence, and academic achievement. Over the past 40 years, he and his wife, Sharon Ramey, have led multidisciplinary longitudinal early childhood research with more than 100,000 children and their families over a span of 40 years, an amazing collection of research. He is the founding director of several frequently cited early childhood education innovations, including the Abecedarian Project. I did better today, Dr. Ramey. Project CARE, the Infant Health Development Program, and the National Head Start Transition Program, and the statewide Louisiana Pre-K program. Craig Ramey was elected chair of the National Board for Educational Agencies following presidential nominations and confirmations by the U.S. Senate. He has made over 800 scientific and educational presentations and consults frequently with governments, philanthropists, and the media. Will you all please join me in welcoming Dr. Craig Ramey to the stage.
Thank you, Mayor Gillum, for a wonderful introduction. I'm honored to be here, and I'm touched by several things already. One, the tremendous organization that's been put together to make this event occur, and the cross-section of the community that is here. Banking, healthcare, early childhood education, the political will being expressed by the mayor on behalf of many departments. That's what it takes. We are all in this together. We all will do well or do poorly, depending on how well the most vulnerable in our society fare. So I am uplifted by what I already understand to be a deep understanding of how we can do better in caring for young children. And what I hope to do is to give you a few facts that when you talk to someone on the street and they say, well, we don't know much about early childhood, and we need to just do more research, and maybe 20, 30, 40 years from now, we will be able to do something. I want you to be able to say, well, gee, you know what? We have almost 3,000 studies in the literature, which are highly consistent, suggesting that we must begin early, it must be of high quality, it must be something that's so attractive that people want to run toward it. I don't think we have to wait that long. And so what I'm doing today, I hope, is to give you some of the additional information that you can share. I'm going to conclude by identifying some of the hallmarks of success that we know about from programs all across the country. You are also fortunate to have Mimi Graham and others that I've met in your midst who know deeply how to put together really complex and large-scale projects. So you seem to have the ingredients that are necessary. You have the political will expressed by the mayor, and maybe this presentation will give you a little extra confidence that we're ready to go. First 5 years of life is essential. We know a lot about the specific features of children's experiences that are important, and I'll talk about that in a few moments. And we know that we can not only change the trajectory of development early on, but that in turn has a direct causal relationship to how children fare in school in key areas like reading and math, and that it translates into them being more productive citizens in adulthood. The first 3 years, rapid brain development, you know that. It's also when self-concept is formed, or not, where secure attachments are formed to caregivers who children learn to trust and rely upon as sources of information and sources of social and emotional support, or not. And if in real estate it's about location, location, and location, in human development it's language, language, and language, not only because that is a medium that we use to exchange information, but language becomes the first symbol system that we use to understand other complex things. And so we use language to understand mathematical notation, we use language to understand math. It isn't just that it's important to learn to speak a particular or several languages, but it's because it allows us access to other information that we need to use to understand an increasingly complex world. We also know that the early conception of which is more important, genes or experience, heredity or environment, is a terribly flawed and outdated way to think about the factors that govern human development. In that, what we now know is that experience writ large, and it's whether it's the food that we ingest, the air that we breathe, the water that we consume, as well as the social interactions that we have, turn on and turn off different genes. So yes, it is true we are born with all the genes that we will ever have, but they're not all operating at the beginning, and what we experience allows some of them to be turned on or turned off. And so we have to understand this as a much more dynamic and a much more plastic system. And that's why many of us are working at a fundamental level on trying to better understand neuroplasticity and how we can change that so that we allow people to reach closer to their full potential than we might have thought possible before. This slide simply shows you that different areas of the brain mature and develop at different rates. Excuse me. You see that in yellow, we have the plot of the rate of development of synapses, the connections between neurons in the visual cortex, and in green, we are plotting the development of synaptogenesis in the auditory cortex, and in red, the prefrontal cortex, where we do our abstract thinking. And what you see is that there is a rapid onset in the number of connections that take place, and then there is a process called pruning that takes place, and depending on the kinds of experiences people have, pruning occurs, and what that results in is the establishment of circuits that are energized, and it's how we remember things, it's how we recognize things, and this process goes on, and for males, it goes on out until the mid-20s at least. Females tend to develop a little earlier and a little faster, but the heavy lifting The heavy lifting is done by about age 3. In language, in all the languages that have been studied so far, by about age 3, children have already identified, without the kind of words that we use, but they know that there are certain critical features in language. They learn that consonants and vowels do different things. They learn that words can mark past, present, or future tense. They learn that we can talk about singular or plural things. We spend the rest of our lives sort of refining and adding vocabulary and really trying to appreciate the nuances of languages, but the real heavy lifting, what the critical features of language are really there about 3 or not. This just illustrates that in language, groups of children have been studied, and going into their homes and looking on an everyday basis and looking at the interactions between them and their caregivers. These are all middle-class families, and then dividing them out into children who have been spoken to a lot or a little or on average. And these 3 curves show the vocabulary of children measured by independent assessments every 2 months during the 2nd year of life. And you see that there is a curvilinear relationship such that to characterize these curves, we need to write at least quadratic equations. They are going farther and farther apart in in time. And if you extend these curves out to ages 3, 4, or 5, you see that some kids come to kindergarten, some of your children in particular, come to kindergarten with vocabularies as big as 20,000 words. And some kids come to kindergarten with vocabularies that are smaller than 500 words. That means the individual differences there are so huge. We've just given one of our society's biggest problems to our kindergarten teachers, because we asked them, please bring the kids from the bottom up. And we all get 24 hours. And so if you're going to bring the kids from the bottom up to average or above, it's clear you then have to accelerate development past what it is that the other children are doing. You're not just trying to bring them back to the same rate of development, because then the curves would just stay parallel through time. It's like in banking. You've been earning 2% for 5 years. You started with $1,000 and you get compound interest, and maybe by 5 years out you have $1,075. And some people are earning 10% a year on their money. And 5 years out, that might be more like $1,500 or something. I forgot my banker's rule of 12 here. But in order to bring the kid who's been at a 2% rate up to equal to the kid who's been at a 10% rate, all of a sudden, the rate you have to get him to is probably more like 40% per year, and we don't know how to do that. I'm not saying that it can't be done. We don't know how to do it on a regular, systemic basis in any school system in the United States. Not to say there aren't individual cases where that's been done. There are good, strong anecdotes, but we don't know in Los Angeles or New York, or I venture to say in Tallahassee, that there is a school system that on a consistent basis, year after year, takes children who are behind, and by the end of kindergarten or first grade, they are indistinguishable from the rest of the children in the class. We would pray to God we could do that, and maybe in the future we'll be able to do it. But right now, if there is a place that does that, I'm on the plane tomorrow to go there, to ask them what they know that the rest of us don't know. It's complicated. It is complicated. when I hear people say, well, it's just babysitting, it's not rocket science. No, it's a little bit more complicated than rocket science, This 2.5-pound organ up here is the most complex thing we know of on the planet. I mean, you think about what individuals can do, what they can learn, how they have figured out how to do rocket science, and it's in these organs. And these organs, or this organ, controls all the other organs, So when we think about the individual differences that exist in a population, from the most advanced people to people who are at the absolute bottom, we're talking about a range in development that has never been this big before in history. And, as you well know, it's not going to get any simpler in the future. It's only getting more and more and more complex. There are no jobs left to just pump gas. There are no jobs left, pretty soon there will be no jobs left to check you out of any store. All of that's automated. And so where are people going to go who don't have the skills to be an integral part of society? I don't have a good answer for that. And I don't think that anyone else does. And so we have to address this with optimism and hope and a lot of sweat, because it's a heavy lifting proposition. And I won't go through this diagram, but we use this as the simplest way I can possibly even begin to hint at it. And for every box up here, we have from 10 to 100 different specific measurements that we take on children to try to characterize their environment and how they are developing and how they're experiencing their environment. But for young children, it is this red box in the center that is where the action is. It is in the interactions between adults and the young child that the child comes to learn culture, class, language, all of the things, because no child yet has been born being able to articulate anything about the world or has the experience to describe what it was like to be in utero or child comes out of the birth canal and says, it's a little cold, Would you hand me a blanket, nurse? And doctor, you don't need to spank me, I can cry for you, I can tell you that my lungs worked. That's not the way it works. We all start not with a blank slate in the way that John Locke talked about it, but we all start without any specific knowledge of where we are and where we've come from. We learn that over time, and we learn it differently depending on what we're exposed to. We have a history that now stretches back a half a century. We have what are called the gold standards studies, randomized controlled trials, to test out various aspects of early childhood education. We have a big epidemiological literature about how big the problem is and kids not being ready, let's say, for kindergarten. We know that it differs in percentages from some places that are very high in resources, so it might be only 1 or 2%. And in some places where there are very few resources, it's as high as 50% of the kids coming to school not having what the kindergarten teachers expect the kids to have. And so one of the things we need to do is to be sure we really understand our geography and how many people we're talking about. And it will vary from city to city. It'll vary from county to county. And we can know that, and the reason we need to know it is if we know it, we can really target our resources. We can put them where they need to be. And we've been doing that in this project called the Abecedarian Project. Say it once, Abecedarian. I was 25 years old and a brand new professor when I named this project that. I love big words. You come to regret things. You can call it the ABC Project if you want. But it does mean one who learns the fundamentals of something, such as one who learns the alphabet. And the French sent their young children to schools called abecedaries. The aristocrats sent them to give their children an immersion in French culture and French language. And I thought it was pretty clever to find out what would happen to a group of highly, highly disadvantaged families if we gave them an aristocratic education. So that's where abecedarian comes from. And the idea was to recruit the most disadvantaged group of children who had ever been studied to create the best program we knew how to create and to see if we couldn't prevent the kind of intellectual decline that characterizes children coming from extremely poor, intergenerationally poor, and intergenerationally undereducated families. We have never had, in any of our studies, a totally untreated control group. The ethical decision that we made early on was that we already knew that there were certain things that were really important for children's development. We didn't know when we started this how important early childhood education might be, but we wanted to find out whether it was of particular importance. And so our control groups received home visits, they received good nutrition, we guaranteed that they had good nutrition, they had intensive family social services by highly trained and dedicated social workers. We also provided free health care based on the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations. The few families that had insurance, we billed for it, but we made sure that no child had an illness that went untreated with the state of the art. And then we assessed children on a regular basis by people who didn't know anything about the study. The treated group got those same services, but on top of that, we added an early childhood education program that operated from 7:30 in the morning to 5:30 in the afternoon. We created a transportation system and transported all children so we know that virtually everyone attended all the time, because we knew that unreliable cars and so on was going to be a problem. And if you take the bus, you better prepare to spend a lot of time changing to get from one place to another. A whole lot of professors I know don't take buses, not because they don't have the time, it's because trying to figure out how to get from one place to another is actually pretty complicated. You know? I'm not going to try to characterize the program other than to say we did our best to recruit teachers that we had to then train, because no one had been trained to do work with 1 and 2 and 3-year-old kids. So we created a training program, and the program we did 500 separate experiments to create a curriculum with other children. We bundled that together so that we had a program in which each child every 2 weeks received an individualized program that covered 27 different strands of development. It is complicated, and we knew that even back then. And so we wanted not to be a one-size-fits-all. We wanted people who could tailor the program within a certain set of algorithms to maximize the development of each and every child. And it can be done. And Mimi has done it. So in shorthand, we're talking about enriched caregiving that's individualized, a comprehensive curriculum that covers 27 strands of development, a real high priority on language, and language that's conversational, not talking at the children, but talking with them and doing it in the context of having pleasant meals together. The idea was, when you looked at this program, and we had thousands of visitors who came through, what you should see is a bunch of happy kids, really engaged, having fun, learning, talking to one another, and you couldn't see the curriculum because the curriculum was in the teacher's head, running as a continuous set of prompts. Now do this, now, and we salted the environment with all kinds of what we thought were clever ways to remind people what to do. And we had cameras, even back then, we had cameras hung in every room so we could time sample and look at the quality of the program. And because, this is an aside, because we had cameras in the classrooms, I hung one in my office so that the staff could watch me as well. So it was all about not, there's no such thing as trust in science. You either document and analyze, or you just say, well, I can't tell you exactly what we did. And so I think we know in some detail what we really did. And we put a very heavy emphasis on what we called conversational reading. Books, children in laps, having that wonderful, warm, close exchange so that they came to love books and knew the books were their friends. I'm going to cut to the chase. We had independent people look at the performance of the children using a variety of different cognitive and other measures. I'm going to show you just one, but I get the same thing if I show you to you from a Piagetian perspective, or a variety, or their performance on specific learning tasks. This is what happens to the kids in the control group. All these children were perfectly healthy at birth, were full birth weight. By 3 years of age, they've gone from national average down to about the 15th percentile on average. Perfectly healthy kids living, not coming to an early childhood program. So what about the kids who got the program? This is going from 3 months to 4.5 years. The differences emerge reliably during the second year of life, and they stay big throughout. See the little bump up on the yellow between 36 months and 54 months? It turns out that we think we know what that up bump was about. If we take that group and break them apart to the kids who had no outside the home exposure to early childhood, that's what we see on this yellow bar at the bottom. The kids from the control group who had some exposure to other high-quality programs are represented here in orange. In comparison to the kids who got the early childhood program within the Abecedarian Child Development Center, they're here in red. So the argument I want to make is that, yes, we documented all this for scientific purposes, but I think it's not anything that's particular to our curriculum. That is, you don't have to do it exactly the way we did it in order to get positive results, because this intermediate level performance, which didn't begin until typically children were already 2 years of age and toilet trained, shows that there was some recovery, but these children never came back to be equal to the kids who had it from the beginning. Take a clinical perspective. If you fall below the 15th percentile, you are likely to have difficulty mastering what school asked you to do. So let's take a look at what happens if we use that criterion. Ask what's the percentage of children who are scoring low if they're in the control group. That's what happens over time. Perfectly healthy children, we have, excuse me, we have a little less than half of them ready for school. And what happens to the kids in the treated group? We're not talking about small differences that are just barely statistically significant. We're talking about big changes that have some real-world consequences. Fade out. You all know about the fade out effect? All early childhood programs fade out, right? Thank you. I've been looking at this graph now for several years. I can't, if things fade out, it means the lines come together, right? Either the treatment goes away or the kids in the control group catch up. You see it? The fade-out effect? I can't find it. I can't find it. These are, statistically, these are parallel lines. They don't come together. It's true not only for reading, it's true for math, and this is out at ages 8, 12, 15, and 21. There's staying power in what goes on early when children go into high-quality school systems, high-quality K-12, and these kids went into one of the best school systems in the state of North Carolina. If you don't do well in school, one of two things happen. You get held back a grade, or you get placed in special ed. I said yesterday, I'm a great fan of special ed. It's extremely important. Before 1972, a lot of kids were excluded from the school system because the school system didn't want them there. We finally came to our senses and created some special ed programs that has helped countless millions of children. But if we don't have to have that for children, that's probably a good thing. So what this shows us is that by age 15, we can cut retention in grade by about half, and we can cut placement in special education by somewhere between 50 and 75%. That's usually when people start to do the math. I see how much does special ed cost, and Jim Heckman and others, and Rob Grunwald, and you hear from them, but the economists begin to say, well, so the kids are doing better. Maybe they're costing society less money. Maybe these programs aren't quite as expensive as people are saying that they are. And it's not just in the area of cognitive performance. This graph summarizes about 300 publications. I've simply indicated by an up arrow where things have been significantly improved, and by the down arrow where there are things that we would like not to occur that have been dampened down. So you can see that there is a big range of things that are affected. We just had published a few months ago in Science the article that says your cardiometabolic health as an adult can be tied to the early childhood education. That comes from this study. But remember, the kids in the control group had good pediatric care. So there's something about the experience of being in the Child Development Center on top of the care that has resulted in something that is a big health care cost in this country. And that's why I believe that we have vastly underestimated the amount of return on the investment that Rob will talk about a little bit later. Replication in science, we replicated this study in North Carolina. We called it Project CARE. We got the same results. And then we replicated it in 8 different sites around the country for the first 3 years because we had already known that's when those differences emerged. We did the first multi-site randomized controlled trial in the history of child development. And I'm proud to say that Mimi Graham was an integral part of that and ran the education part at the University of Miami. And we got the same results in 8 different places with an average. And what we decided to do was to focus on low birth weight and premature children, whom we know come from all walks of life, but they come disproportionately from poor families. And so it gave us a chance to look at the interaction between biological factors and social factors. So we found that we could produce the same results at 8 different sites. And then here's the graph I really want you to pay attention to. We were able to take this 1,000 kids and mark them off into the educational levels of their parents. Some had only some high school, some were high school graduates, some had some college, some were college graduates. And if you look at the yellow, there's a line you can draw that shows that by age 3, there's a systematic relationship between how children are doing on measures of cognitive performance and the educational background of their parents. That relationship is there at age 2. It is not there at age 1. It develops over time. And look what the intervention has done. That's the red bars. It has pulled the performance of children up from lower educated situations compared to college graduates and made them within spitting distance of being equal. They are all performing above national average, and the benefits are biggest for the kids who had the biggest needs, who came from the riskiest families as indexed by maternal education. We get the same thing whether we look at it by that or we break it down by mother's IQ, which we measured. It's a robust finding. Those who need it the most are the ones who benefit the most. And it isn't that the kids who come from college-educated families don't need it. What we found out is that their families were walking over coals to make sure that their children got everything that they could possibly get for them, and we weren't able to do any better than they were able to do. I think that's a powerful finding. And it isn't just in the area of cognitive. This list shows the emergence of systematic differences over time. There's a cascade. So it's not just in cognitive development, but it's in language, it's in children's reasoning, there are positive changes in the child's home environment, and so on. So this is a powerful instrument that brings about fundamental change in the way the brain works and in the way that brain then comes to comprehend the world and regulate behavior. Rob's going to talk about return on investment. We know from these programs that we get at least a 4-to-1 return. At least a 4-to-1 return. And maybe much higher than that. So it isn't that we can't afford this. We know that we can disrupt some of these patterns. And we know that we can overcome biological risk as indexed by things like low birth weight and prematurity. We get our money back. However, we don't get that from low-quality programs. The literature is also clear. If you go out and look at mediocre and low-quality programs, there are no positive benefits to be found. You may help the mother return to work, which is what TANF has been about, but don't count on that to increase the child's school readiness if the child's going to a lousy place to be cared for. Okay? So what do we know about successful programs? Leadership, leadership, leadership. We have to have people like the mayor. We need governors. We need people who really understand this stuff and are willing to spend the political capital to make it happen. We need to understand that it's complicated and that there is a huge literature that's scattered across medicine, education, psychology, neurobiology that we need to grasp in order to build the strongest programs that we can. We need to be sure we engage family members at every turn. And we know that people don't come with the skills to do this. They really need to have extensive and ongoing training. This is hard work if you're in the classroom with a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, or a 3-year-old, and we can't expect that we can get these kinds of results from people who themselves were not very successful at negotiating the educational environment. And we need to monitor what we're doing. Monitor it so that we are able to make course corrections in real time. So that when we see something not going right, we need good management information systems, not just program evaluations. We want information that's at our fingertips on a daily basis so that we can say, oh, just as you would in an automobile factory. You say, oh, the left door in the front isn't being put on quite right. We need to stop this and fix this. Well, we can do the same thing in real time for educational programs. And we need to be brave enough to collect information about how well the children are doing and make it public. We put the certificate of quality up front in restaurants so you know that you are eating in a place that's clean. people manage to dispose of waste properly and so on. Well, we need to look at the places where we're caring for our kids. We're spending public dollars on this. We have every right to expect that those dollars are well spent and children are being cared for well by people who have their welfare, the children's welfare, at the core of what they're doing. So I'll stop there. There's a lot more we could tell you, but I hope that you will no longer, if you're asked, is there any literature out there? Or is this all just guess and opinion? Well, we have a vast literature, and it's consistent and it's clear. So the question now is, how do we affiliate ourselves across the community in ways that allow us to share our strengths, share our resources, work together, because we all either will benefit together or we're all going to lose together. So I hope that's helpful.
We have a few minutes for Q&A. Anybody with questions? Yes, ma'am.
What I would like to know is, my biggest concern is pop culture and how it's impacting our young children. We have young adults at the age of 20 who are, obviously they're having children, and they are fascinated by the rap videos that promote violence. They're fascinated by the rap music that promotes violence, and then they play video games that all promotes violence. So when you have children who are being exposed to this on a continuous basis, even though they're receiving this kind of quality care outside of the home, how does that impact them, especially the 0 to 5, when they're consistently exposed to that bad behavior, or the promotion of bad behavior?
The reason we can't say definitively why that causes bad behavior is that no one can figure out how to do the experiment ethically. If I come to you and I said, I want your kid to watch 8 hours of disgusting video per day, and I want your kid not, would you agree to be in the study? So there are times when we have to say, that study isn't worth doing. It's so obvious. Now, the people who are producing that are going to drag the red herring across the stage and saying, there is no evidence that that this exposure is linked to any kind of bad behavior. You say, wait a minute. I can show you that more time watching is associated with greater likelihood of being adjudicated, of being in juvenile detention. Oh yeah, but that's not causal proof. It's by cynical people who are exploiting children. You can get their attention, you can hold it, All you have to do is make it ugly enough and weird enough. We don't have a television. I think most of it's trash. Not that it has to be, but it can be a great instrument for learning. But for a young child, it's not responsive. It is just part of the background noise, and then by the time they really do get some experience, if it's all about how can I kill you, let me count the ways, I think that's just disgusting. And I say this, I'm sure that the television station that was represented earlier doesn't show this stuff. You wouldn't be here, right? So it's not about the medium, it's about the content. I'm going to stop being so wishy-washy and just try to tell you what I really think. There's a person over here, I can't make you out. Okay. Yes.
But were there any racial differences in your control group and in your treatment group? What were the racial demographics?
Race was not a factor in selecting participants in the Abecedarian project. It turns out 98% of these kids were African American, and the random assignment did what it was supposed to. The two groups were really equivalent at the beginning. In the Infant Health and Development Program, the 8-site study, we had African American, Hispanic, Caucasian, with enough representation to be able to look at that. All groups respond positively. It's really about socioeconomic factors, not race factors, but as I need not tell you, race and socioeconomic conditions are confounded to a considerable degree in this culture. It's not that there are not a lot of rich African American people, but that there are more, proportionally more, poor African American people than there are proportionally poor whites. And so when we do we've been running a study in Mississippi for 10 years now. We've had over 100,000 kids go through it. If you equate the kids from white and black families to within the same income band, the results are identical. Racial differences completely disappear. So I think we have good evidence to directly address what you're asking, and it's why I think that this is a pan-cultural, pan-racial issue. It just so happens that there are certain characteristics, like the remnants of slavery, that put some people at a much greater disadvantage. And some people like it that way. I don't.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm coming with the arts perspective. So can you speak to anything related to creating music, experimenting, play, that kind of thing related to arts and culture with your experiments?
There's not a reason in the world why we don't play Mozart. And in our programs, we had lots of painting and play. I was just at a National Academy of Science panel on the role of arts in these kinds of programs. And I see no reason why we don't infuse that, not only in these Birth to 5 programs, but all through our K-12 and higher education. We really want a population that is versatile and well-rounded, and it's kind of hard. I have very high aesthetic needs. I can't be in a place that is not beautiful and orderly and feel good. I just can't. And I think I know why that is. I was privileged to come from that kind of a background. So certain things really bother me. But you don't have to come from that in order to be able to say, why would you not hold up the best of culture and give children an exposure to it? Give them, disgusting, violent stuff to look at instead? Why would you do that? One of our relatives has just stepped down for being the chair of the National Endowment for the Arts. So we have a lot of personal experience with sort of high culture, and so yes, let's just do it. Do we have to do a study to find out whether? Why do we have these museums? Why do we hang art in our homes?
Thank you for an excellent presentation. And I'm sitting here next to the Secretary of the Department of Juvenile Justice, and I'm here on behalf of the Department of Children and Families. And we see kids who likely are the kids that you talked about or experience the early childhood challenges that you described. But they're later on in the system when they're in their teens or they come to us through the child welfare system. Have you seen any effective interventions to help those kids who are further down the path so that they can we can overcome some of the developmental deficits that they're I mean, I don't want to give up hope on the kids that are beyond early childhood because they also have challenges. And are there effective interventions that can help them be successful in their lives?
Yeah, great point. We cannot give up just because we don't have the evidence that we can change huge numbers of kids. We know that if we get them into the right kinds of therapies, usually highly intensive therapies, that we can make a difference. We're in our place now, we're doing a lot of imaging of people, brain imaging of people who really had trauma, and their brains are different. And what we're working on now, and we are excited about this as I know how to be, we're working on trying to understand both how the therapy is being effective, what particularly in the brain is changing. We just wrote a paper that relates the prefrontal cortex to the areas of the brain that do more to control emotional expression. And one of the reasons that executive function seems to be so important is that it looks as if in people who have good, strong systems, that connection is very strong. And one of the questions is, if you do a successful therapeutic intervention, is that a circuit that gets strengthened? I hope that within my lifetime, my whatever's left for my professional lifetime, that we'll be able to answer that with more detail. But you're right, we cannot give up.
And with
Thank you
that,
all.
we're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you.
If you'll go ahead and find your seats, we're going to get back on track here. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm very excited about this next section, but I don't want to ignore some of the very important folks we have in the audience. If you'll go ahead and grab somebody that's seated next to you and bring them back to their seats with you, we'll get back on track. Don't make the mayor come up here. It'll make me look bad. I see that he's got RJ walking the halls anyhow, so you really don't want her on your bad side. Make sure that you find your seats. We're going to get back on track. So while you're coming in with your drinks and going back to your chairs, let me introduce some of the elected officials and honored guests that we have in the audience. I will point out, if you're talking over me on this, they will notice that. So make sure you're headed back to your seats. First, let me thank Superintendent Jackie Pons. Jackie, thank you so much for joining us today. We have a few of the school board members, too. I see Alva Striplin in the room and the chair of the school board. Thank you, Maggie Lewis Butler. I appreciate you joining us today. Dee Crumpler, I saw you here earlier as well, so I appreciate education well represented in the room today. I know that the mayor has some colleagues here as well. I appreciate City Commissioners Nancy Miller and Curtis Richardson in the room. And I noticed that County Commissioner Brian Deloge is over there. Thank you, Brian. Now, Representative Alan Williams was on my list twice, and it's probably worth mentioning twice because he's a good friend of everything that we're doing here in Tallahassee. Representative Williams, thank you so much for joining us, taking time away from session. Former Secretary of Corrections, Walt McNeil, I saw you walk in a little earlier. Walt, thank you so much for joining us here today. We've recognized some of the other secretaries that are here before, so please don't take that as a slight in any way. The mayor thanked you earlier for being here. I know that there are a number of Children and Youth Cabinet members in the audience as well. Thank you for joining us. Director Zach, I saw you here earlier. I appreciate you joining us. I also want to thank a good friend and a colleague that has made a big difference into what we've been talking about today, and that's former State Representative Loranne Osley, who many of us have worked on through Whole Child's and so many other initiatives. Loranne, thank you so much for everything you've done over the years and your commitments to this. My name is Tony Carvajal. I'm with the Florida Chamber Foundation, and I get to work on this issue throughout the year, believe it or not. One of the things that the business community has asked for is to talk about the investments. And I want to thank all of you who are in here, the secretaries, the commissioners, the elected and community leaders that are making a difference day in and day out. But most importantly, I want to thank you business leaders who are here, because what we know is, look, some of you come at this from synaptogenesis and neuroplasticity. Some of you come from this to this with social and cognitive development questions. Some of you come to this with race and justice issues. But one of the things that I know from what I get to do day in and day out is when the business community gets behind it, because it's not only a moral imperative, but it's the right thing to do over time, and it's the right thing for our community, and more importantly, for the workforce of 2030. Age it out. The people that we're talking about right now will be entering the workforce in 2030. In the next generation, we start making a difference. And I'm very excited about introducing this next speaker, because for somebody who's a wonkhead like me, having somebody like Rob Grunwald in the room is pretty darn exciting. Rob is the economist at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, and he conducts regional economic research and co-authors something that I pull up every time it comes out, the Beige Book, which talks about the current economic conditions. Now, maybe many of you haven't opened that book ever. You might have actually looked at a report that he co-authored in 2003, the Early Childhood Development and Economic Development with High Public Return Study. And what he talks about in that is about investments in early learning and the return on investments that that has made for communities. Rob serves on the board of Think Small, Leaders in Early Learning. He also serves on the advisory board for the First Children's Finance Growth Fund and is the past president for Minnesota Economics Association. And Rob, I know you're going to blow away this audience with what you've got to tell, so thank you so much for joining us here in Tallahassee, and I hope the pollen treats you well too.
Well, thanks a lot for that introduction, and it's great to be here in a state where it's green. Coming from Minnesota, the last time I saw green was about the middle of October, end of October. It gets kind of brown about then. End of November, it becomes white, and it stays white for quite a while. So it's certainly not green yet. So just to begin with, I'm from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, which is the 9th Federal Reserve District. We are here in the 6th Federal Reserve District, head office in Atlanta, with a branch bank not too far from here in Jacksonville. The 12 Federal Reserve banks around the country and the Board of Governors in Washington, D.C. make up the Federal Reserve System. And I'll start today by noting that my comments today are my own. They are not those of the Federal Reserve or my colleagues at the Fed. The Fed has research departments in all of these banks. We're interested in how economies grow, what are those key ingredients in economic growth. And the importance of the workforce and the quality of the workforce is one of those key ingredients to economic growth. And I'm going to lead my discussion, my comments today, by motivating the discussion about what we're noticing about what we expect for the future growth of the workforce in this state, in Florida, and also what the demand for jobs are. So this is providing a chart looking at the average annual percent change in the working age population over the next few decades. And we recognize that as the baby boomer generation is reaching retirement, on that we have a slower replacement rate of workers and an overall slowing in the growth of the labor force. And at the same time, the state is expecting jobs to grow. Here's a chart that takes all of the occupations that are expecting job growth up till 2022 by the education requirement for those occupations. And those occupations that require higher levels of education and skills are expected to see the strongest growth. Those occupations that only require a high school diploma or not even that are expecting the slowest growth. And I think Dr. Ramey portrayed this very well and informally with his observation, is that we see this as an economy that's going to continue to demand workers that have higher skills. We see more automation, and therefore there is this slower demand for workers with less education and skills. In terms of compensation, those workers with higher levels of skills and education and training have a lot higher earnings than those with lower skills and education. So there's some good news in this data, is that there's a lot of opportunity for children who are entering our school system. That is, the prospects for them, should they move through school, succeed, go on and get some additional education, that there will be a well-paying job for them, that there will be a way to contribute to this economy and to be able to bring in strong wages and salaries for their families. On the business side, business leaders here in the room, they look at this trend and go like, well, for my company here that's demanding workers, we need workers here locally, here in Florida, what will that look like 10, 15, 20 years down the road? And here we recognize that every child who is entering kindergarten, we're going to need. We will make use of their labor. There's an important opportunity for these kids who are coming into our school system in the future. So it's important that we make broad investments in education, in human capital development, in job training programs, and certainly in our schools, our universities. But at the Federal Reserve Bank in Minneapolis, Art Rolnick, who is our Director of Research back in 2003, he and I became convinced that on the margin, the next dollar spent in human capital development before children reach kindergarten will achieve the highest rate of return of all of these human capital investments. And why do we come to these conclusions? Well, Exhibit A, Dr. Ramey's presentation, the neuroscience, the importance of these early years on future human development. And the second is to a series of studies, including the Abecedarian Project, that look at the cost benefit of these programs. And as we look at these, we recognize that children who are in these high-quality early childhood programs, those children from more disadvantaged environments, do succeed. They join our workforce. They're more productive in the workforce. So we have a stronger growing economy. But we also notice through these studies that there are strong savings to the public. That is, if we invest these dollars early, prevention dollars early, we're going to be using fewer of those prevention dollars. They're going to be more effective than if we wait later on and pay for all of the various social services and crime costs and so on down the road. So I'm going to help walk us through a few of these interventions and some of the other studies. So we're going to start of the 4 studies I'm going to talk about briefly with the earliest intervention. And this is a study that was originally in Elmira, New York, back in the late 1970s. It's now known as the Nurse Family Partnership Project, in which a registered nurse visits with the home of an at-risk expectant mother having her first child, and that this family is considered at risk, and that the home visitor stays counseling that family in pregnancy through the birth process and until the age of 2. And there are a number of positive benefits that were found in the 3 trials that were conducted, not only in Elmira, but also in Memphis and Denver, including improved prenatal health, fewer subsequent pregnancies, increased intervals between births, fewer childhood injuries, improved school readiness, and increased maternal employment. This is a chart from the Elmira study that shows the size of reductions in child emergency room visits, also reductions in child arrest rates, and the number of months spent on welfare. Moving to a long-term study of a preschool program in Ypsilanti, Michigan. This is a project that provided preschool for children from disadvantaged environments, and this study also used a randomized trial. The children randomly selected to Perry received a high-quality experience in the classroom for half of the day, and the teachers visited the homes of these children to reinforce those lessons learned in the classroom in the home environment. And as in the Abecedarian study, there's a long-term follow-up to this project as well. The last follow-up was at the age of 40. So there are a number of differences in educational effects between these 2 groups. Higher achievement scores. The graduation rate for the Perry graduates was 65%, compared with 45% for the control group. Of course, we want that 65% to be higher, but it's a noticeable difference between these 2 groups. And the children were less likely to require special education. At the age of 40, there were a number of differences between the children who attended Perry relative to the control group. Higher home ownership rates, higher earnings in the workforce, and this also is consistent with their higher levels of education, that they're more productive in the workforce. And coming from the Federal Reserve, I needed to include this last statistic here. They're more likely to have a savings account at a bank. So now we bring in the economists and conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the project, adding up the cost of the Perry Preschool Project in today's dollars. It's about $11,000 per child per year. In the study, children on average attended for a little over a year and a half. First, we see savings to the K through 12 system due to reductions in special education. Then we see higher participant earnings. Most of that is a private benefit going to the children who attended Perry, but some comes back to the public in the form of higher tax revenue. And then we see reduced costs to the criminal justice system. So reduced need for police protection, reduced court costs, incarceration costs, and also reductions in costs to the victims of crime. So here we see the ratios of all of these, the benefit cost ratios of all of these projects. And they're over 1, it's higher than 4 to 1. So if you're over 1, you're getting your money back. And in the Abecedarian project, we noted a number of benefits that we saw over time, including to the school system, reductions in special education, reductions in grade retention. At the age of 21, there was reductions in smoking, so there was also, at that time, some benefit, health benefit. The children were 3 times more likely to go on to college as an adult, and that also equated to higher earnings for the kids. But also the mothers, because this was a full-day program, had higher earnings in the workforce relative to mothers in the control group. Their child care arrangements were high quality and intact, and also those parents were encouraged to pursue their work in their future. The Chicago Child Parent Center project, which I haven't mentioned yet, is a large-scale project in Chicago, reaching hundreds of children each year. And in this model, children are brought to the center for preschool for 2 years for a half-day program, and that program also includes parent education. The benefits to Chicago Child Parent look very similar to the Perry Preschool. So what we did at the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis more than 10 years ago is we took some of the data from these studies, and we wanted to look not only at the ratio of benefits to cost, but what the annual rate of return is. What is the internal rate of return? And businesses and also at times in public investment, we can look at that annual rate of return, and it's more comparable across different types of projects. So we estimate the annual rates of return from 7% up to as high as 20% over the lifetimes of these benefits. So it's over decades of benefits at very high annual rates of benefit. And in terms of who benefits the most from these interventions, certainly the children and their families benefit, but 60 to 65% of the benefits accrue to the non-participants, to the public, to the taxpayer. So this means you don't even have to like children to achieve this high return. You could be Scrooge, before Scrooge's enlightenment in the Christmas Carol, and achieve this high rate of return. It makes good business sense. Now, these are studies that have a very long-term follow-up, and there's a lot of recent evidence that is coming forward about the effectiveness of early interventions in the more near term. Some of these more recent studies include the state preschool programs that have been evaluated across the country, showing the benefits of having at least a year of preschool prior to going on to kindergarten. And states have a variety of strategies. Of course, Florida here having the universal 4K program here. States often have more targeted approaches to children who are more at risk. Some combination of mixed delivery, different types of programs that are available for preschool to happen. Some states are focused more in schools. Others, like in Florida, have this broader mixed delivery. But there's a number of studies that show the benefits of these investments. The recent evaluations that have been released on Head Start and Early Head Start are the first randomized controlled trials of these federal investments in these programs. The randomized controlled trial of Head Start, which gets talked a lot about, shows that there were benefits of low to medium effects for kids in Head Start, which is for kids who are 3 and 4 years of age. And they didn't find that those benefits lasted over time. And as Dr. Ramey mentioned, this was using a randomized trial, so it's the gold standard evidence of being able to show impact. But to put that into context, there have been other evaluation frameworks that have looked at sibling pairs, using longitudinal databases to be able to ask the question of, well, if we have a sibling who is in Head Start relative to a sibling who is not in Head Start, at least we're controlling for some of that family dynamic there. Some of those analyses show that there are later effects of Head Start that tend to show up later on in life, including reductions in some of the special education or behavioral problems and some positive adult outcomes. A reanalysis of a colleague of mine at the University of Minnesota, Aaron Sojourner, also with Greg Duncan, shows the reanalysis of the Infant Health and Development Program, the data that Dr. Ramey shared, is looking at the reductions in achievement gap, and that looking at this evidence just in terms of those children who are coming from lower income families relative to higher income families shows that this intervention was able to close that gap, and that the closing of that gap has evidence that it was able to maintain into elementary grades. And finally, a Michigan State preschool program, which has been in existence for decades, has been able to track children over that time who have received their program relative to those who didn't, and they find positive effects on high school graduation rates. And that's inspired that state, Republican governor, to invest more heavily recently in that state's preschool program. Many of these benefits are long-term, but some of them are very near-term and immediate. So we don't have to wait 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road to receive that full high return on benefit. We can find some benefits in near term for some of these interventions that can get to that cost recovery level quicker. Reductions in low weight and preterm births when we are intervening very early during pregnancy. Also from that literature finding fewer emergency room visits. Chicago Child Parent Center Project shows reduced child abuse and neglect. As mentioned, reductions in grade retention and special education costs happens quite early in a child's time in school, and those are significant cost reductions. And having a high-quality child care system creates the possibility for parents to enter the workforce and to be more productive in the workforce because their child care arrangements are sound. They're not falling through the cracks. And Cornell University has estimated a substantial impact to U.S. businesses to their productivity when those child care arrangements fall through the cracks in terms of increased absenteeism and potentially more turnover. And it's turning over staff is expensive. You have to train in the new person that comes in and so on. And it's become an economic development issue. So economic development offices are looking at their child care industry and looking at the quality of that and recognizing that in order for businesses to expand or move into their area, that they're asking more about the availability of child care. And if that's available and it's of high quality, that can be a positive benefit to businesses. And there's a large number of our young children have all of their parents in the workforce. So almost 2/3 of children under the age of 6 in Florida have both their parents, all their parents, in the workforce. So children are being cared for outside of their home setting. And as we've learned this morning, brain development is happening wherever children are. And so we want those settings to be of high quality. And for the basic premise, the themes that we've been talking about in terms of investment, that it's important that we invest in that quality. So in early learning programs and child care programs, that we do have those well-qualified teachers, and using the research-backed curriculum. Involving parents is essential to the success of these programs, even if it's a child care center where children are at for 40 hours or more per week. Starting early so that our continuum of investments are prenatal through kindergarten and into the early grades, seeing how children are doing during those early grades so they get to third grade and they're able to read at a strong level. And reaching children who are most vulnerable will achieve this highest rate of return, because here's where we can bring resources to bear that it will be more effective, and that's where we're going to see these high return on investment. And bringing this research to scale, so looking at waiting lists for child care subsidies, for those children who would qualify for early Head Start, for these high-quality early learning programs from 0 to 3, including home visiting or high-quality home visiting programs, but also for Head Start. These tend to be long waiting lists, and that we can, when we reach these children with a program, we're going to get that high rate of return, because we don't want them to suffer twice from first the accident of birth, into which where they are born into, the situation they're born into, but we also don't want to have the accident of, well, you are not able to get this high quality early intervention, and this child over here can, but we just don't have enough resources to pay for you. The type of investments to look at is high quality home visiting, those that have models that have research back curriculum and high trained staff, providing preschool so children have that experience before going on to kindergarten, a strategy for increasing child care quality is to make sure that you have systems in place so that child care programs have a pathway in which they can improve their quality, and also that information is being provided to parents on how to better shop for quality, what to look for, what questions to ask for. In Minnesota, we have a quality rating system called Parent Aware, and it's designed to provide information to parents about the quality of programs. Programs are rated through a 1 to 4 star rating, and that gives parents a way to look at the quality of programs, and this is a similar mechanism that we see in other markets, such as hotels and so on, where we find out about the rating, the quality of the type of services that we're looking to purchase. But more importantly, these type of systems get parents thinking differently about their choices. It's not just the cost and the location and the time that we want parents asking about the qualifications of the teachers, the type of activity that will be happening at their center for their children. And combining in Minnesota with Parent Aware, we also have a pathway for programs to improve their quality, to get rated, to move through that STAR system. So that includes some financial supports to move into the higher ratings, and also coaching. And then the importance of connecting children to resources in healthcare, making sure that the children have a high-quality healthcare home. So this is the list of some of the investments that are important for young children. And I want to move to a discussion about the roles for business leaders. So stepping aside from the research around early childhood, the type of investments to make, but just to speak for a moment about what business leaders around the country, and I'm going to be focusing a little bit here on Minnesota, or business leaders in our state, have been asking themselves, what is the role for us in this issue? And in Minnesota, the story is that back in 2003, the Minneapolis Fed releases this paper about the high return on investment, and at the same time, the Minnesota Department of Education released a report on the school readiness of the children in Minnesota, in which we found that only about half of children were arriving in kindergarten fully prepared to succeed in school. Now, this is particularly disturbing for Minnesotans, because as you know, Garrison Keillor would point out that all the children should be above average, and here we have half the children coming not fully prepared. So this was a call to action. And business leaders in our state came together and formed a group that they called Minnesota Business for Early Learning. And they educated themselves about these issues, and then also asked, what can we do as business leaders? And they recognized the importance of bringing increased awareness to the issue, not only among their peers, but to the general public about the importance of investing in early learning. Finding the best practice for parent employees, I know that that's part of the discussion that's going to be underway here in this community too, is what can businesses do for their parent employees, so where possible, offering some flexible time so that they can do their role of parenting. Also bringing in parent educators and for a lunch hour and offering that opportunity for parents to sit down and have a discussion about some particular issues in parenting. There's a great resource that business leaders can bring to the early learning sector, to the programs themselves. And for example, focusing just on child care centers and home-based child care programs, is that not many of these directors graduated from business school with an MBA. It's mostly what? Education degrees. And so we find that models that bring the private sector together, like a group I work with up in Minneapolis called First Children's Finance, has been effective in bringing together professionals in finance, marketing, business strategy, together with those who work in the child care field to help them work through some of these business issues. But it's also very enlightening for business leaders to be able to look at the models that early learning programs have, the business models for early learning programs, because we find that they are running on a shoestring budget. Margins are very tight. While certainly we can bring in and increase our business acumen and make budgeting tighter, even after that, even after everything is put in place very strong, it is a highly labor-intensive industry where we get those benefits, are well-trained teachers and compensated teachers so that they're staying at that program and they're staying there and they're not going to work somewhere else. That's where we get these benefits. And in that business model, there's not a lot of room to cut costs. But it's important for business leaders to learn that firsthand, because then when we start to learn about the brain science, the economic return, but then also the reality on the ground, we can start to come to this last point and think about how can we bring our vision around policy development and advocacy to the table. And I think it's important for those of us who are the non-traditional spokespeople for investments in early childhood, here looking at economists and business leaders and so on, that we take some time to understand these issues, but then bring some fresh eyes to what is happening in our own community and to bring some guidance and some thoughts, and that it's a very fruitful discussion. So here's the outgrowth of those discussions here in Minnesota, is what was piloted, the Early Childhood Scholarship Program, which was conducted up in St. Paul. So Minnesota Business for Early Learning got together. They spent a summer learning about these issues, a core committee of this group, and they, every other week, they met over lunch and had a different presentation. At the end of that, they put together a white paper, and part of their recommendations in that white paper was for, in Minnesota, to create a nonprofit that would make some investments into our state to find out what some effective delivery mechanisms are. Because agreeing wholeheartedly with Dr. Raymond, we know what children need and those ingredients of success. The question was, can we here in Minnesota be able to do some pilot projects, come to the legislature and say, here's a good form for how we want to do this in Minnesota. So one of the forms, one of the investments was this scholarship pilot. And the scholarship pilot model was originally an idea from Art Rolick and myself. We looked at the market for early learning and recognized that this is a very diverse market. There's a lot of players in here from the public sector and the nonprofit and for-profit sector. That we see most of the dollars in the market coming from parents paying tuition to send their children to these programs. It's only about 20 to 25% of the dollars in the early learning market are coming from public sources. So it's a market that is akin to the type of markets that we see in higher education, where we have a mix of different institutions, public and private. Tuition is being paid, but there is some public resources in that market as well. So the concept here is to provide scholarships for children at ages 3 and 4 that are of high value, and that they could use these scholarships at a program of their choice that has reached to the 3 out of 4 star rating in Parent Aware. And that could be in St. Paul Public Schools, it could be Head Start, for-profit or nonprofit childcare program, a private preschool program, or a home-based program, as long as they went through the quality rating process and achieved their 3 star. So there was a number of learnings from this. One is that it was a way to engage parents, because you're coming to families and you're saying, here's an opportunity for you to have some resources to have your child attend a program that will improve your child's school readiness and success in school. So parent engagement was higher. In phone interviews, comments coming back that the families were engaged with what was happening at the program that they chose, and that they were engaged with the type of activities that were happening there. The type of gains that we saw in test scores for vocabulary, literacy, and math skills were the type of gains that we'd see on norm tests that we'd expect if children were attending a high-quality program. This wasn't a randomized trial, so we're not saying that we have the gold standard of science there, but we are seeing results consistent with what we would expect to find. And finally, we had an increase in the number of programs that wanted to get rated. And honestly, Parent Aware was rolled out just before the scholarships were available. And Parent Aware was going a little bit slow. But once the scholarships were in the field, the phone started ringing. Once there's a financial incentive, it makes sense to get rating, to be able to be available to have these scholarships. Now, this is a program that was run and by the leadership of business. And so they have families as their primary customer here. We want to focus on families as our customer. So the type of authorization and paperwork that parents had to fill out was just enough to make sure that they are eligible to certify that, but wasn't beyond that. And also wanted to make sure that it was an efficient payment system. 2 programs. There was 42 programs that at least had 1 or 2 children in this, the scholarship kids. We want to make sure that those payments were effective. And so one of the interviews, or one of the surveys that were conducted with programs, were about the effectiveness and efficiency of the scholarship pilot, in terms of program payments being made on time, and the ability to support continuity in the program, and just the paperwork and so on. This was compared with private payments from families, and also the child care subsidy system, which doesn't tend to be as customer friendly to our families. And you can see the scholarship payments were rated much higher. So I wanted just to provide an example of where the community came together around providing this service, funding it first with private dollars, but then going to policymakers and saying, here is a model that we would like you to consider and to implement statewide. So Minnesota's approach to investing in preschool for preschoolers is a targeted scholarship approach. And an increase in $50 million was put on the table in order to start funding kids over a biennium in this model. Now, our state is actually just getting started in preschool funding. We do really well in a lot of other early childhood areas, but we have been slow to putting public dollars from our state's general revenue into funding preschool. However, I'm happy to say that our state has a large surplus coming into this year, and we have right now, I can't say how much we're going to end up with, but there's hundreds of millions of dollars on the table right now for how our state is going to spend in early learning. So the discussion right now in our state is, how do we spend that? What is our strategy? How do we want to use those resources? So I'm going to conclude the talk here with a picture of a marshmallow. So why would I end a talk on early investments with a picture of a marshmallow? So you may have heard what has been called the marshmallow test. Walter Mischel originally conducting this test at that time at Stanford University, decades ago at this point. And as we learned in our first presentation about the importance of these early years on brain development, that we're beginning to understand, not beginning, we've been understanding this for a while, but keep talking about it more, the executive function of the brain, which is the ability to hold working memory, to be able to self-regulate, be able to be persistent, motivated on tasks, and also to employ critical thinking. And so you think about what our employers need in the workforce. Boy, this seems like the list that comes to the top of the list. What type of worker do we want? Well, it's a worker that has these highly developed executive function skills, particularly around this ability to self-regulate. So in this study, a marshmallow is presented to a young child, and the researcher says, hey, I'm going to be back in 15 minutes, and if that marshmallow is there, I'll give you another one. Or, you can eat the marshmallow. And what they found is that children who didn't eat the marshmallow developed a strategy to occupy their attention in a different way so that 15 minutes could go by and they did not pick up that marshmallow, but they were handed another one. That those kids had better school results, their obesity was reduced, and there was also more positive adult outcomes. So I put this picture up here because we're now being posed with a societal marshmallow test. Because investments in early childhood just don't come free. In economics is sometimes called the dismal science. Well, maybe one aspect of the dismal science is that there's no free lunch, which is another. We always have to make choices. You're giving something up. So to make these investments in early childhood, we're bringing together some of our own resources through philanthropy, our own time, our effort, but also potentially our tax money or reallocating funds in our public budgets in order to fund this. So we're asking ourselves, can we resist for this moment and pay out now? But the research points out that if we make these investments today, there'll be lots of marshmallows 10 to 15 years down the road to hold over that fire and roast together. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Kim Kelling. I'm with WFSU. We are media, and I hope we are respected media. We're public media. And we've been running a program called 180 Days in Hartsville, and it looks at elementary schools and what happens when there isn't this early investment in childcare. And one of the parts that came out so striking to me is, what do we do about the parent who's working 12, 14-hour days, minimum wage, who can't afford to be with their child because they're so busy working? Those children get left behind because there's no parent in the household to support them. What can we do to support those parents that then can support their children?
Sure. It's a great question. And, I'm going to offer my own insights, not as a developmental scientist or practitioner in the field, but certainly others can weigh in. But providing education to anyone, even someone who is at work so often, about what are the strategies for your child to be in settings where that child is around an adult who is responsive, who is providing that enrichment, whether that is in their child care arrangement or a preschool arrangement, or if it is in an informal arrangement, how can that caregiver be sure that we're providing information to that caregiver about how to make that setting as enriched as possible. And that even with a limited time that parent is with that child, even if it is that long work schedule, to make every moment that parent is with that child really reflective and engaged, that serve and return type of activity is happening. And I think that part of that is education, letting folks know and parents know that, if it's an hour during that day, if it's at 30 minutes, you can make the most of that time.
Thank you. Have there been any studies comparing not-for-profit child care programs with for-profit child care programs, and studies to know what the support from communities, the private sector, churches, to child care? The basis of my question is, I don't see how for-profit programs can make a profit, provide quality education, and pay their employees justly to contribute to that overall good that we're all trying to get.
So it's important, as I mentioned in the business model, for childcare, that those margins are very thin, and it's hard to bring in enough revenue through tuition payments. You have families who are early in their earning stages, they're young families, and you're asking them to pay a lot of money for childcare. But what I'm gonna make just a broad comment about my view of the research around the mixed delivery system. So whether it's schools, Head Start, for-profit childcare, nonprofit childcare, and so on, and that is that it's not so much the setting, it's what happens in that setting, that you can get positive results for children with the elements of quality that Dr. Ramey has laid out. It's not endemic to the type of business arrangement in which that childcare is being offered. And a great example is in Minnesota for the scholarship pilot, New Horizons Childcare, which has a lot of their centers out in suburban areas in Minneapolis, St. Paul, with the opportunity to have the scholarship resources, but also with a broader view for the importance of investing in early childhood. The leadership of that company moved right into the middle of that study area, renovated a building for $1 million, and have a continually still very successful and making profit. They're able to stay open. I'm sure that maybe they have some other model for how the funds are flowing through their company, but they're not losing enough money to close it. I mean, it's stayed open for many years now. And those kids are in that larger sample, and we're noting that they're part of the kids that are showing the type of gains that we'd expect to see kids in a high-quality program. So it's the elements of quality that are important, not so much the type of setting that it's happening. But you want to make sure that no matter what setting, if it's a school-based program in Head Start or in the child care area, that you have your incentives and your quality lined up properly so that you're having the type of work in that, the type of engagement with children to achieve positive results. So is that helpful?
Hi. So from the perspective of a financial institution, one of the issues that is near and dear to our hearts is the student loan crisis. Are you aware of any studies that take through some of what you've discussed all the way and how that might impact the student loan crisis long term?
It's a good question. I've not gone as deep to look at student loan and young family, which might be the area of analysis to look at, or for a researcher. And there might be some literature, a paper out there about that. But that would be an initial concern, is to look at where families are in that early part of their careers, and if they have a pile of students, that even makes it harder to afford childcare. And the child care rates are higher than university tuition in a lot of different cases. These are very high rates. The piece that I would note from an economic standpoint is this economic term, externality. And in this term, we look at benefits, but also could be negative consequences. But in this case, we'll look at benefits that spill over from the child in this case an educated child, onto society. So why does the public get involved in investing in education? Well, that educated child is certainly being benefited from higher earnings in the workforce later on and so on. But educated people tend to give back to the community in ways that it's hard to fully measure. They're participating in democracy more, they're volunteering more, they're contributing to society in a way that's positive, that spills over. So one of the reasons why we don't have as much public funding, certainly there's a lot we can discuss about, why haven't we been investing in young kids, for a while now. But part of that is that we have this external benefit that we haven't been capturing. So one way to solve that market failure is to make sure that we have enough resources, especially for lower income families, to pay for high quality early care and education. That's a way to solve it. So, for example, the problem that we have with low wages and salaries, and for those who are working in this field, if we were to make sure that our child care subsidy rates, what we're reimbursing for preschool and so on, are reflective of high quality, that would give programs resources to pay for teachers that are going to be well compensated, well trained, and will stick around for a while.
Thank you so much, Rob. So an economist with marshmallows, that's pretty darn cool. But let me make sure I got this, Rob. So what we're talking about is investments in early learning lead to better performance, and if the next panelists want to come up. Better performance, higher achievement, economic gains, people become givers versus takers, they become citizens and savers. There's social and community benefits, and there's a return on investment for what we're doing. The bottom line is this is not a red or a blue issue. This is a green issue, and that's why the business community across the state, but I'm so glad to see Mayor getting behind you in making this a real issue. Joining us on the stage now, and I'll join them at the table in just one second, are an educator, a workforce professional, and a judge. These are the people that get downstream what we are dealing with in the early learning system. There's probably a reason, by the way, that Secretary Daley of the Department of Juvenile Justice has sat through this whole session. It's because we got to get this right. We got to make sure that they go through the K-12 system right so that they don't end up in her system there. You know the folks that are up here, but let me go ahead and introduce them anyhow. The first on the right over here is Honorable Charles Dodson with the Second Judicial Circuit, a native of Sneads and a graduate of the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. He's practiced civil law 31 years before becoming a judge, and since 2009 presided over juvenile delinquency cases, family law, criminal cases, and dependency issues. Next to him is Senator Bill Montford, who started as a math teacher here in Tallahassee at Bellevue Middle School, and after 18 years as a high school principal became our superintendent of the Leon County Schools here, and he was elected as senator in 2010. He's also the CEO of the Florida Association of District School Superintendents. And next to him is Kim Moore, president of the Workforce Development at TCC. And prior to joining the Tallahassee Community College, she was the CEO of Workforce Plus and helped people get jobs in the 3 county areas in our region. No stranger to community leadership and effectiveness. And what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, Judge, starting us and go down the line, if you'll just give some opening comments, not only about what Rob I'm sorry, we're not fast friends yet. I just read your beige book and all that. But what Economist Grunwald has talked to us about the investments and the returns and everything that we've heard this morning about the system. But what can we do from your perspective? Why does this matter?
Well, thanks, Tony. And as a longtime trial lawyer and as a trial judge, we're taught to base what we do based on evidence, and it was good to hear from Craig Ramey and Rob Grunwald today the evidence as to what I believe we all know. I'm the juvenile delinquency court judge in Leon County now. That's half of my caseload. The other half is the family law docket. But in the juvenile delinquency court here in Leon County, I typically have 700 to 800 cases that are pending before me at all times, and they run a wide variety of charges on there. But I have the opportunity to talk with the children on multiple occasions when they come before me, and I always ask them, what's going on with school? These are kids that a big majority of the kids are behind in school. I'm firmly convinced by what I hear from Dr. Ramey today that these are kids that had a bad start, and they started off behind in school and they never catch up. What happens is they get in school and they're behind. They don't participate in school activities or extracurricular activities. They develop real bad self-images, and as they get older, they find themselves behind in school. They are not actively participating in after-school programs. Statistics show that juvenile crime spikes between 2 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You've got these kids that don't have anything else to do, and they get in trouble, and they get in the system, and they never get out, and the rest of it, we know the story on that. Like Rob Grunwald just said, I tell people many times, even if you hate kids, and all you care about is your money, you're a whole lot better off spending it up front on these type programs that we're talking about, the high-intensity, high-quality programs that Dr. Ramey's talked about, because it saves so much more money on the other end. But it really is, I see parents in front of me all the time that are struggling. They're very frustrated with their children. Almost every one of them, I'm thoroughly convinced, wants to be a good parent, but they need help getting there. And a lot of these things that I see, I'm firmly convinced, there is no silver bullet to it, I know that, but I'm firmly convinced that a lot of this can be a lot of these problems greatly reduced by early childhood, the early programs to get these kids off to a good start so that when they do get in school, they do feel like they belong and they get involved in good, strong activities and become good citizens, good taxpayers, all those kind of things that we want all of our children to accomplish.
Senator, I know we're trying to put Judge Dobson out of business in a lot of these areas for the children's issue. You and your colleagues at the legislature and at the school district level also work on this. Give us your perspectives.
Thank you, and thank you for being a part of this morning, what I consider to be could be one of the most important issues that we're facing, not just in this state, but certainly in this country. And let me just share a couple of personal experiences. I think most of you know my background. Let me tell you about a young man in 1969. His name was Willie. Willie came to me when I was a young math teacher, and he needed to go to the restroom. And I said, fine, what? And he said, I've got something wrong with the tooth. I said, what's the problem? And he opened up his hand, and he had a small tube of over-the-counter salve. And he said, I've got a toothache, and I want to go put it on my tooth. Coming from a family where I went to the dentist every 6 months, Willie didn't have that chance. And then it was an eye-opener for me personally when I was thrust into that kind of situation, having grown up differently. And for the first time, I really noticed young people who were literally in pain. And it came to me, I understand now why Willie's not paying attention in my math class. Fast forward 15 years later, I was principal of Godby High School, and I was standing in the cafeteria, and a young man that his name was Randy, that I knew very well. He lived in 1700 Joe Louis complex off of Tharp Street. And I noticed he had a sack, and he was picking up pieces of sandwiches and fruit, putting them in the sack. And I thought, yep, Randy is taking that home for dinner. So I went over to him, and those of you who have worked with young people, you know, if you look in their eyes, you can tell a lot about a young person if you look in the eyes. And it was almost like it was yesterday when I asked him. I said, "Well, are you taking that home? Because we'll help you. We'll figure out a way to help you. Are you taking this home for your dinner?" And he looked up at me, and he said, "No, Mr. Munford, I'm taking these home for my little sisters." And I said, "How old are they?" One was 2 and one was 4. And I'll tell you, there's something wrong with our system when we let that happen. And it's happening today. It's happening today just as much as it was back then. This week in one of our Senate committee meetings, appropriations, quite frankly, Senator Joe Negron, who is last year was chair of the Appropriations Committee, and he's chair of a couple more committees now, very important committees, and his wife is on the school board in Martin County. And he mentioned about an 11-year-old who had a toothache, and we were talking about health care. And I said, I will support you in your efforts because, quite frankly, there are so many of our young people today who don't have health care. And I know that's not exactly the topic today, but I know you got movers and shakers in here, and I'm not going to pass up this opportunity, right? That we can't pass up an opportunity to take care of those children, because you would be surprised at the number of parents who have to, not because they want to, but they have to tell their children, as soon as you get to school, go to the clinic. As soon as you get to school, go to the clinic. And I don't know if you know this, but school clinics are not exactly patients first or something. All right? A lot of times, and no disrespect, but they are served by volunteers and aides and all, and I applaud them. But when we're at the point where our children have to go to those extremes, when our parents have no other option than that, something's wrong, and then we wonder why our students are not doing well on this over-testing mess that we're in the middle of. I'm on a roll now, okay? I'm on a roll, okay? It's been...
And I'm not foolish enough to stop you, Senator.
It's been a long, frustrating week, okay? But something's wrong with the system. Something's wrong with the system when there are states, honest to goodness, predict the number of jail beds out based on third-grade reading scores. Y'all know that. There's something wrong with the system. There's something wrong with the system when we have in Franklin County, when we have children whose number 1 and number 2 request, first request is they want a toothbrush of their own, and they want underwear. They don't have underwear. There's something wrong with the system when we do that. So I'm so glad that we're doing this today, because you've got the superintendent here, you've got the mayor here, you've got school boards, the city and county commissioners, you got, higher ed. I mean, we even got a judge, okay? He got up early to get here today, 10 o'clock, all right? And by the way, he can give you some firsthand experience. He taught for a semester at Godby High School, okay? I mean, he got in the trenches to find out what it was really like. He says he's still having jerks every now and then. But I just want to applaud you for being here. Mr. Mayor, I understand this is your initiative, and the City Commission, and thank you for doing this. But what I would ask you to do is not only focus on the economic impact of higher education, pre-education, preschool, but go all the way back to prenatal care. If you're around young people enough, you know that the prenatal care is just as important, if not more important, than anything that we do. And forget the reasons why. It's just we know for a fact that children, if our young mothers don't have good prenatal care, there's an impact for life, okay? I'll say one other thing. Let me get this off my chest, too. We have a disproportionate number of African-American males in the legal system. There's a reason for that. There are a lot of reasons, quite frankly, okay? But we as a community, I think it's one of the questions somewhere down here, so I'm going to jump ahead. Have I passed my 2 minutes?
I think you got 15 seconds left. That's good.
We have to do something. I mean, we've got to do something to look at it holistically, and we can do it. I mean, I don't think there's a community in Florida that's better suited to take on these issues than Tallahassee, Leon County. I really believe that.
Absolutely. Senator, thank you. In the room today, you've got a number of elected and community leaders that delivered a lot for you. Many of those are business leaders in here. And while they were given to you and helping you out, Kim, they actually call you asking for things.
They do. They call me asking for things. I would say certainly welcome to be here, and thank you, Mayor, for making this initiative possible. I think a lot of, when you think about the 0 to 5 age or early learning, it really does start with that support system, and whether it be family or others. And I will share just a little bit of personal experience and life experiences from my own chapter, if you will, and that is I am a first-time college graduate in my family. Neither one of my parents completed college, but there was a strong, thank you. But there was a strong support system that encouraged me and that certainly led me to believe that anything was possible. I would couple that with, in high school, senior English teacher, Laura Young, who planted the seed in me that said, Kim, you can be absolutely whatever you'd like to be, including CEO. And ultimately, that's what happened, becoming a CEO. So the 0 to 5 age, moving it forward, making sure that there are positive influences in your life certainly is absolutely vital. Pairing that and moving it forward to the business perspective, I do. I work with not only job seekers, but I've worked with employers alike. And one of the common things that I've found that there is a disconnect. There are so many people that are fighting and want a better life. They want a chance at the American dream. Yet there is a gap, and that gap started early on. What we're working collectively to do through this conversation is find out and come up with a game plan that moves us in that direction. I will tell you that some of the common needs that employers express to me is the lack of communication skills, the inability to communicate and convey what it is that they need and what's going on. Conflict resolution, not moving to violence, using words. The other piece of it is just showing up on time. I mean, some of the basic things, following instructions, that, again, happens early on. And we each have a role to play in that. I would also point out as something that is more compelling for me and why it's fueled my passion for so long is that unemployment rates among youth, 16 to 24, statewide, is higher than any other group across the state of Florida. It is double the state average. Now, if we are looking at finding creative ways to make sure that Judge Dotson doesn't have to see these individuals, we need to make sure that there are opportunities that they can move into. And again, we each play a role in doing that, and really, really glad to be a part of this conversation.
Thank you, Kim. And I'm going to ask one question, then we're going to go to the audience. But I'm going to start with you, Kim, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And for each of you, if you'll think of the constituents you represent, from the workforce, from the education system, from the juvenile justice or the legal system, there are some windows of opportunities. There are some investments that we could be making right now. What do you think those should be? What would you ask this crowd? Because in here, we got a lot of friends. We got a lot of folks who probably know the answer. But on those cameras there, we got people at home across the community as well, listening to what the mayor is putting together here. So what would you tell them?
I think certainly having everyone involved, inclusive of the business sector. I think oftentimes we think it's very far away that when we're talking 0 to 5 that, well, they're not my workforce now, but they're the workforce of our future. And if we're looking at Florida being competitive, our community, our region, certainly everybody has to have a role in it. So in doing that, it matters now. I think the other piece is that we should point out that there are multiple pathways to success. We oftentimes get hung up on earning the degree. I will tell you that the direction of Florida and also our region as well, it's pointed toward certifications. Employers want to know whether you have the skills day one to go into a job and perform it. That's key. So there are multiple pathways. That's great if Johnny or Jill decides to pursue that 4-year degree, but I am telling you that employers are asking for, how can I make sure that I have a qualified workforce? I think that message, making sure that we're responding to that, that will gain the buy-in of our employers. And again, they're the ones that hire.
You really got to be a visionary to take the leap from what we're talking about right now, 3- and 4-year-olds to the products that you have.
And Senator, you have dealt with those people through that system. What would you say are the opportunities and investments we need to make?
Opportunities of investment, to me, I mean, I know we're talking about dollars, but we cannot overlook the investment of what I call human capital. We have to get people more involved in the lives of these children who just simply need sometimes just somebody to talk to. And I know, I look around this room and I know that a lot of you have been mentors, so thank you for that. But what I would ask you to do is become not only involved with, but become familiar with the different programs that already exist in this community, in this state, and support those programs. Supporting them, it's nice to write them a check, and you got to have money, but your personal involvement with these different programs that help children would be vitally important, because quite frankly, it's easier to write a check than it is to commit an X amount of time. Keep in mind that one of the most devastating things that can happen to a child is to have a mentor that does not show up. I mean, you know, a lot of these children who need this kind of help have been rejected so many times over their lives, and the last thing they need is somebody to come in and say, I'm going to be your mentor, and then call the next week, well, I've got a business appointment I can't go to. So if you're going to be a mentor, commit it just as though they were your own children. Okay? And a lot of you, I know a lot of you have done that, and so thank you for doing that. The other thing is, you really need to get involved in the legislative process. You've got your local people here, but you also know, you have contacts around the state. We're in the budgeting process right now, and there should be no question where Florida's priorities are. Florida's priorities should be with children, period. I know we've got to take care of elderly. I see some of y'all out there getting that point, and we'll take care of you. But if we take care of the children, I mean, if we really take care of them, feed them, coat them, we should never have a child going to school cold or wet or hungry. We just shouldn't have that. So get involved in it. Write a check, but really get involved in the organizations that already exist out there who can help children.
You know, it's much more than the student that needs that mentoring. It's family. We heard that with the economist and the doctor before. Dr. Ramey and Rob Grunwald talked about this being a system, and you get to see that docket day in and day out. What should we be doing?
Two things, I think, and first is as Dr. Ramey pointed out, we've got to make sure that every child and, of course, every parent has available the kind of high-intensity, high-quality early childhood education that Dr. Ramey was talking about. And as Rob Grunwald pointed out, the biggest effect that's going to have is going to be on the at-risk kids. And that's where you're going to see the strongest impact is on these at-risk kids, because, again, I think that's going to have a tremendous impact to the way they start off with school. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be a big, big part of what those kids think of themselves as they grow up. The second thing is, and this comes on later down the line, is we've got to make sure that we have, I'm sorry about that.
Usually people throw me out first, and then they throw things at me. But I'm not going to offend a judge. I may need you someday.
But we've got to make sure that programs like the Palmer Monroe program that we have here in town, that those are available all over town, because we've got to make sure these children that after school, they've got plenty of places to go to keep themselves constructively busy, and that's going to involve some money, but a lot of volunteer work too. But the more we can do to make sure that our children are having positive activities, you're going to see, I think, a change in the peer groups and the kind of things that they're talking about. You're going to see less of this gun junk that we see so much, because kids they're doing more productive things. But I think those two things, the early childhood, high intensity, high quality programs that Dr. Ramey was talking about, combined with every neighborhood has neighborhood activities. The faith-based community is such a big, important part of that, too. It doesn't have to just be the Palmer Monroes on that, but having activities for children to do after school, positive activities, so that they develop positive self-images and don't get bogged down in the negative stuff.
I appreciate all those comments. We're going to go to the audience. I know the mics are going to be floating around. If you'd like to ask a question on that, I see my friend Steve Ufelder up here in the middle and a few other hands going up. Let me mention some of the other investments. Steve, they don't want to come to you, so at least they're not throwing things at you. So, one of the other things that was mentioned that employers and businesses can do is make sure that they have a family-friendly environment, something that the parents can participate and the children can benefit from that lifestyle. But let's go to you, Steve.
First of all, I want to thank the Senator for such great examples of what's wrong in this community. And I've been in this community a long time, and 30 years ago we had conferences like this and we were talking about the same issues. And we talk about why we need more mentors, why preschool teachers are paid so poorly. All these things that we talk about for 30, 40 years, and we're sitting in a room, thankfully because of the mayor, why we're still talking about these things 30 and 40 years later.
Yeah, so, this is not new. I mean, not only were we kids and know what the benefits are, we benefited from a good system, but this is a conversation we know. How do we change this cycle? What do we do differently? Anyone? Yeah. Let the senator go last so that you guys can answer.
I tell you the way I believe we change it is starting today. We make up our mind that we're going to change it. We're going to lead and make sure that Tallahassee and Leon County is a leader on this, and we get out front and we grab hold of it, we don't let go of it, because this is something that our whole community has got to get behind, and we can do it. I know we can do it. The leadership that Mayor Gillum has put together on this today is so important that we walk out of here today, that everybody walks out of here today making sure that this is not going to be just another meeting where we talk about doing things and we don't do it. We grab hold of it and we do not let go.
Yeah. All right, that's a challenge to you all. I think you saw that. Kim, anything you'd add, or Senator?
I think what I would say to it is that, yes, we understand that it's important, but I think important things have to move into the area of priority, and when it's a priority, it's a call to action, and action means that we're doing something and we're holding ourselves accountable. So I think that has to be the difference that we walk away with. It's the action steps, it's the collaboration that everybody's committing to this every day, not just for a special conversation.
You called for people to go to the legislature. You want these people in your office or other people's office?
I think we need to go to, where's Christy?
Christy's
Where's
here.
Secretary Daly? She's in here. There you are. We got the Chancellor here. Have you introduced yourself, Chancellor? Well, stand up. I'm going to introduce you.
Chancellor.
Stand up. This is our new Chancellor of K-12 Education in Florida. And the best thing about him is that he grew up in the school system in Alachua County as assistant superintendent, interim superintendent. He's been everything. He's our chancellor now. And one of the best things about him, he wised up and got out of Gainesville and came to Tallahassee. So, we're glad to have you here. We have right here in Tallahassee, in Leon County, the perfect opportunity to do something. We're not so large that we can't get our arms around it. We're large enough, though, we've got the resources here. We've got 2 universities, community college, state government. We've got, and all of the secretaries and everybody who's here, they're my constituents, by the way. And so, by the way, I told the governor one day, I said, Governor, you're new, when he was new. And I said, you're one of my constituents, and if you ever need anything, call me. And, he's not he's taking him a while to get on the ground. But anyway, he hasn't called me yet, by the way. But anyway, we have everything in place. So what I suggest you do, Mr. Mayor, before y'all leave, is set another meeting. And let's hold people accountable. Florida is known to hold people accountable. We're going to hold our young people, our students accountable. by darn, let's hold us accountable. Set you out a plan, set you another meeting, who's going to do what, and hold people accountable. Give them a report card.
Awesome. Microphone there.
Good morning. My name is Kenedria Thurman, and I'm the Interim Director for FAMU New Beginnings, ERCCD. To piggyback off what he said and Ms. Moore just mentioned about the priority of the discussion, I think that we're talking about 0 to 5, and it was briefly mentioned about prenatal care and parents. I was awakened about 3 o'clock in the morning, and the TV was on Channel 13, and there was a documentary about infant mortality in Leon County. And it was discussing how the rates have increased over the past 15 years, and I think it might have been a dated report, so I hope since then and now the rate has gone down. But it struck me because in December, my roommate's 4-month-old infant died as a result of SIDS. And unfortunately, our family added to that statistic. It was my goddaughter. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to bring that up and see what the panel or anyone else in the audience had to say about possibly trying to put more things out there to help decrease this. I remember there was the Back to Sleep campaign that played on the radio all the time, and there was the pamphlets that I could see everywhere about basically telling parents about SIDS, because a lot of people don't even know what it is. And if we're going to talk about, children and education, we have to realize that some of these kids aren't even making it to preschool because they're passing away way before their time due to factors that are related to education about infants and things like that. And I also think it's important for this venue to discuss it because before she passed away, I went to visit her at her preschool center. And being an early childhood educator, I've worked in preschool for 13 years. I walked in the center and she was face down in her crib with a bib on and a pacifier in her mouth. Needless to say, the smoke came out of my ears and I stern talked that teacher. But I thought that was important because, like I said, I've heard the campaigns on the radio, I've heard about it on the television, and we're talking about quality education, but not only did the parent not have the proper resources to possibly prevent this, she was enrolled in a child care center that must not have been paying attention.
We got a lot of partners that we got to get right in that process. First, I'm sorry for your loss and your family adding to that statistic, and welcome to your new position because we're going to hold you accountable to it too. So this is one of those issues. We're a little later in the pipeline. The next panel is going to focus a little bit about that, but there are lots of people in this room that can talk about it, right, Pamela? All right. Look around. We're going to connect you at the break. Right after a few more questions, we're going to go to a break. Is that right? Michael's keeping me on track here, so thank you for your comments.
Again, Ed Hollifield, and I really would like to focus on what the young lady just said about infant mortality, because we know, for one thing, that breastfeeding decreases the rate of sudden infant death. And fortunately, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital has now committed to promoting breastfeeding in the form of being a baby-friendly hospital, or committing themselves to being a baby-friendly hospital. And we need to get Capital Regional Hospital to do the same thing. And I would really like to applaud Senator Munford. I think we really need to listen to this man. He's been a very valuable resource to us in Tallahassee. And the things that he's been saying are very important. In this all-America city, we have 47,000 people with no health insurance. We can't be an all-America city if we don't take care of these people. We have 20% of black women who receive no prenatal care during the first trimester of pregnancy. We can't be an all-America city if this kind of statistic prevails.
I think you're absolutely right, man. This leadership in this community, we've got a jewel here, not only in our community, but in our leadership up here. And let me take a second. I know that there's a bunch of you who want to ask the next question, but let me just ask you, if you're part of the business community, stand up for a second, because I want to see the next question come from one of you. I want you to ask a question of the folks that are up here. I know, I appreciate it. Nobody's be surprised that Gloria, my friend here, has a question. Gloria, ask the next question. I see another one in the back there. Yep, go ahead.
So my concern is that our country and our state is going in opposite direction. I mean, here we're talking about healthcare and 0 to 5 and promoting wellness and opportunities, but yet we're promoting for-profit prisons, and that absolutely scares me. A for-profit prison, as a for-profit business, the more I have, the more money I make. And so a for-profit prison, I would think that the more individuals they have, the no vacancy sign means we're making money. So how do we reverse that?
You know, Judge, one of the things that we know is that the kids that are in prison had parents who didn't read, and we had a lot of issues along the ways. How do we stop this cycle, not just of making money out of prisons, but how do we stop the cycle of getting them into prison at all? I hate to put you on the spot, but you get to see this day in and day out. Tell us a story about one of those issues.
No, again, I think so often it goes back to what, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it goes back to the early childhood situations. And too many of these kids that we have are just starting off with a lot of obstacles to overcome, and they never do catch up. And with a lot of the kids, and I think a lot of the adults too, once they get involved in the justice system, they're never able to get out.
Yeah.
They're behind with school and things. They get into bad peer groups. They commit crimes when they're kids, and then they get to be 18 years old, and the stakes get much more important then. You know, I have children before me very frequently that are facing second and third degree felonies. Most of the first degree felonies get direct filed by the state attorney, and they go straight to adult court. But those children are sometimes 17 years old, and if they did the same crime a year later or 2 years later, they're looking at 10, 15, 20 years in prison for that same offense on that. So what we've got to do is make sure that our political leaders understand that what we're talking about here today is truly an investment.
Yeah.
And it is something that we can't just say, I want it right now kind of thing, because I think too often we have our political leaders and our voters who want it all right now, but we're not looking down the line to see how that's going to affect our children, our grandchildren, our grandchildren's children, generations down the line, because it is a big investment, but it's a very important investment that I think we've got to make sure that more people understand how important that is.
Okay. Absolutely right, Senator.
Thank you. Let me, I don't want to get on the soapbox again.
You know, every time you do, it's perfect, so please do.
Let's give a little history of this, okay? And now, remember back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, when they said, lock them up, throw the key away. Remember that? I have 9 prisons in my Senate district. 9. Wow. Now, if you really want an eye-opener, and I'm serious about this, call them and go visit. They'll take you. Visit a prison, and you'll see firsthand the loss that we have in this society with so many bright young men and women in prison. But if you go, remember we said lock them up, throw the key away, remember? 10, 20 life, all that kind of stuff. Okay? And then not only that, but let's talk about the school system. We had, we passed this law, remember? There was 0 tolerance, remember? Curtis Richards was on the school board here. Curtis argued against it and said this is wrong, right, Curtis? And some of the rest of us said, you're tying the hands of school districts. You should not do that because you do not have the opportunity to intervene in a child's life and help him. If the 0 tolerance did more to put our young people in jeopardy than anything I can think of. Okay? Now what happened is, but I want to compliment Secretary Daley And Secretary Wansley, before her, when Secretary Wansley came in, began to change that, and the first thing they focused on was zero tolerance, right? And so I didn't see you, Secretary Wansley. I didn't see you sitting there. I saw
Came back into the room, yeah.
I saw Daly, but I'm sorry, but I didn't see you. And so thank goodness, and we're beginning to focus on zero tolerance. What that means is let the professionals in the schools make more of a judgment about how to deal with these young men and women who get into trouble. Because once you get in the system, once you're labeled, not only is the system rather rigid, but you send a clear message to that young man or that young lady, you're not worth anything. You're just not worth anything, and what happens is they give up, and they start doing things to survive, quite frankly, and it's wrong. And I want to compliment the Secretary and others who are trying to change that, and the Chancellor I know is involved in this down in Gainesville and other places. So I sense that there's a change with that as well. We're beginning to be more realistic, but I know we're going to close out here in a minute, so I want to say something else. You know, it's nice for us to be talking about money, okay? And it's good, and I know that's the focus of this conference. But folks, we have a moral obligation, not just a financial obligation. We have a moral obligation to do something for these young people. It's a moral obligation. No child should be hungry. No child should be lacking for medical care. No child. And I don't care where they live, what their address is, no child should do that. So I don't want to throw water on the financial piece of this, and it's real. But there's a human piece of this, and we have a moral obligation to do that as well.
So we'll take one more. We've got 1 minute left, so if each of you, I apologize, we're going to take a break in just a minute, but I'm going to ask the panelists, if you got 1 minute or less, what would you send us out the door with? I heard one thing from the audience already, and that's do something different. What else would we add to that list up here?
I would say make sure that we take into account what resources already exist in this community and pull those resources together. We're all committed to doing something great and we want to make a difference, but we're all going at it individually. So collaboratively coming up with this community action plan.
I see children's groups, after-school groups, ounce prevention. We got resources.
Absolutely.
Let's pull them together. Senator?
Reflect on the good things you've already done. I mean, we've done some good things in this community. I look around, I see some of you have done wonderful things for the community. We don't need to forget what we've already done and build on that.
We have made progress. Let's not just keep beating ourselves up. Let's take a moment to give us ourselves our high five. Judge?
No, members of the media and community leaders, let's make this a big deal. And let's make sure it stays on the front burner from now till forever on that. And let's make sure that our community leads the way on it.
We got to lead the way. And so here's what I want you to do. Look left, look right. These are the people that are fighting it every day. Now go talk to people who aren't in this room, and let's make sure that message gets out there, echoing back to what Arthur Ashe used to say, which is start where you're at with what you got, and let's go do something. Thank you so much. We're going to take a break and be back in about 10 minutes.
If you guys can come in and get seated so we can get started.
Last summer, and it really caused me to think about, this community that I would never have expected that. And,
We want to get you out on here on time, so we got to start on time.
Be on a panel with you.
Thank you so much. So I'm Loran Osley, and I am proud to be the chair of Whole Child Leon, and very proud of our role in supporting this conference. For those of you who are not familiar with Whole Child Leon, we are a community-based coalition that is supporting our young families. I like to think of us as a connector, sort of a coalition of all of the providers and everyone who's working in the space of young children, bringing those folks together and really being a catalyst for our kids. As we identify key critical areas such as infant mortality, as we talked about earlier, kindergarten readiness, childhood obesity, Whole Child Leon has been the force to streamline and coordinate our community's efforts around those issues. I think we also have taken on an important role of sort of reporting to the community as to the status of children. And this is our 2013 report, and I think there's some copies around. We haven't updated statistics in there, just specifically where are we with our children here in Leon County. So we have had an amazing morning. We have a lot to think about. We've learned about the science behind investment in early childhood from Dr. Ramey. We've learned that it makes plain good economic sense to invest in our children from Rob Grunwald. And our panel, we just got a local perspective from some of our local celebrities talking about how these investments impact academic achievement, workforce development, and even our justice system. So now we're going to hear about some best practices here in our local community and across the state to help us still thinking about ways, what we've learned, how we can apply that here in our community. So it's kind of a different panel. Everyone here is bringing a little bit, something really important, but a little bit different to the table. So I'm going to briefly introduce our three panelists and then ask them to do some introductory remarks, and then we'll go on with some questions. So on my far left is April Salter, who is the president and CEO of Salter Mitchell Communications, which was recognized several years ago as the family-friendly business of the year, and I think she's going to talk to us a little bit about that. April has an impressive career in public relations, and from our joint experience with Governor Lawton Chiles, a deep-rooted understanding of the importance of these issues that we're talking about. To her right is our police chief, Michael DeLeo, who's been in our community for just over a year, but I don't think he's a stranger to anyone in this room. I had the privilege to serve on the interview committee that brought him to Tallahassee, and I was so impressed to hear him at that setting talk about his commitment to prevention and how that impacts the law enforcement arena. And then to my left is Brittany Birkin, who is the CEO of the Florida Children's Council, which is the statewide organization that represents children's services councils. Brittany is one of Florida's preeminent experts in child development policy in a number of areas, and she's very familiar with the landscape of many of these issues across the state. So we're really lucky to have a very esteemed panel. So if we can start with April, and you guys just give us a little sort of introductory remarks and how your experience relates to what we're talking about today.
Sure. So I'm very honored to be on this panel today, but I want to make it clear that Tallahassee is really blessed with a lot of professional services firms that are just like mine, that really care deeply about the community and about their employees. And so while I'm here, to talk about Salter Mitchell's specific experience, there's really a lot of wonderful companies here in Tallahassee who are doing some really innovative things, and I think this is a great opportunity for us all to kind of learn from each other and to see what we can do to raise the bar for our community. I really appreciated the charge that the previous panel laid out for us to say, let's not just make this a meeting that we go home from and say, wow, that was really interesting, but really figure out what we need to do from here. So, I can share very quickly some of the things that we have done. basically, our company is a values-based company. So we look at that from an employee standpoint and from a client standpoint. So, the number one thing that we bring to the table is our employees. We bring the talent and the thinking of our employees to our clients. So, of course, the most important thing then is to get the very best and to keep them once we get them. We work in a very competitive marketplace. We are challenged. We operate in 3 different vicinities. We're in Tallahassee, Orlando, and Washington, D.C. They are all highly competitive. We have a staff of 35 people, so they are, but each of our divisions only has about 7 people in them, which makes every single position absolutely critical. So we don't have any room to spare. We don't have any extra seats at the table here. So we have to make sure that our employees, once we select them, we want them to stay. And we want them to stay because they feel good about Salter Mitchell and because their family feels good about Salter Mitchell. So there's a lot of things that we do, and it's one of the things I talked about in the with the organizers of this, is there are a lot of specific policies that we have in place, but to me, it's more about an attitude and a philosophy, and it's how we carry those out. So our policy basically, we have a welcome zone at our office. Our office is welcoming to families. So if your kid is sick, or your kid, you don't have daycare for the day, or there's some kind of an issue, your child is welcome in the office. And we make that, it's not just a policy, but I make it a point to go into the conference room where we have a great big TV and chalkboard walls, and of course, all the kids love that. And speak to the kids and say, oh, we have some treats over here, and there's some games over here, and, there's a TV there. Make sure, we try to make them feel very welcome there, so it's not just a philosophy. And we really try to have guilt-free employees. So if you are sick, go home. If your mom is sick, go take care of her. Because you're not going to be focused on your job if you're worried about, did she get to the doctor's office? What did the doctor say? So that's our job. Our job is to make sure as leaders in the organization that all of our employees are taken care of and that their needs are met and that their husbands and wives feel good about the place that they work, that their kids, we were, one of our HR director, Christina Newhauser, is here, and for her daughter's school project, she had to build some architectural structure. She built it of our office. We posted it on Facebook. That felt really good. That's the kind of company that we're trying to build. So.
Thank you. We'll go into that a little bit more. But let's hear from Chief DeLeo.
Good morning. Unfortunately, it seems like my news and my stories are never as cheerful. I'm sorry, unfortunately seems to be the nature. Just a little background on me. I've been here just about 15 months now, and I'm still very excited, and it's been a challenging year for the whole community, but I've thoroughly enjoyed it and still a firm believer in the direction that the department's headed in and what we're going to accomplish working with the community. I've been in law enforcement for about 21 years now. Previously have served as a chairperson of the Juvenile Assessment Center Advisory Board down in Broward County. Did that for about 7 years. So it wasn't just involved in the kind of the day-to-day normal kind of traditional law enforcement activities involving children and juveniles, but also an advisory role. And obviously have investigated way too many crimes where children were either victims or suspects in too many occasions. And part of what I think we need to kind of focus on too and talk about, and Senator Montford kind of alluded to some of it a little bit earlier, is what we call kind of the invisible victims of crime. When you talk about our incarcerated population, more than half of them have minor children. So, by the time we get a phone call at the police department, it's too late for somebody. We have a victim, we have a suspect, people's lives have been altered, and usually we focus on those two people. And we tend to forget about the ripple effect. Those two people have families. They have friends. They may have witnessed it. They may have been part of it. Or if someone ends up going to jail or prison, they now have one less parent, assuming that they had two parents to begin with that were active in their lives. And then you have that ripple effect that affects that child the rest of their lives. And there's not a whole lot of formal support for that. You know, there's model policies in place about referrals and things like that, and there's a lot of good services that we have here, especially in Leon County, that we can refer them to, but it's that follow-up and ongoing engagement to make sure that that child doesn't get lost along the way. And because I'm one of those numbers type persons, right now across the country, 52% of our state inmates have minor children. 63% of our federal inmates have minor children. We have approximately 1.7 million children that have a parent in prison. That's prison. That does not count our county jails, where they can lose their parent from anywhere for a couple of days up to a year. That's someone without that important family figure in their life to provide structure and guidance. And those are some of the gaps that I see that we need to really focus on and get filled, that when unfortunately someone does make a bad decision and get involved in some type of criminal activity or there's repercussions for it, what happens to that family that gets left behind? And how can we better serve that population?
Thank you, and those are the very kids we're talking about, so appreciate your perspective on that. So Brittany has sort of an experience from not necessarily within this community, but best practices from around the state, so, and we want to hear about some of those, and we'll get into a discussion.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here today with you all. As Lorraine said in the intro, I am the CEO of the Florida Children's Council, which is the member organization for children's services councils in Florida. Florida is the only state in the nation right now with enabling legislation to allow communities to create special districts with the sole purpose of dedicated funding for children, youth, and families, and addressing the needs in the communities where we reside. Currently, we're in 8 communities, and in those 8 communities, most of them are large and urban, so representing about 50% of Florida's children, which is why I'm based here in Tallahassee and do a lot of public policy work with the Florida legislature and state agency leadership. Our goal and focus, for the really good reasons we heard this morning from Dr. Ramey, is really about prevention, directing resources to prevent children from ending up in deeper end services and making sure children have access to all the supports they need for healthy development, quality early learning experiences, and overall general child well-being and wellness. For many of the reasons we've been discussing this morning, one of our pinnacle priorities is early learning. And so we do a lot of work supporting early learning development across the state, not just in our 8 communities, but I also work with a number of other communities that are really focused on a birth to 8 spectrum, recognizing that that is the continuum of early education and the difference of when children are learning to read versus reading to learn. And so in working with a number of communities, I was asked today to share just a few brief highlights on some of the approaches, priorities, considerations. You know, in our community, I'm really proud of the work that we do, and it is a great moment to celebrate, but it's also a good time to think about what other communities may have already experienced, some of our evidence-based programming, what really works, and what we might think of as we work forward. So just going to highlight very briefly 3 communities. The first being Palm Beach. Through our Children's Services Council, the approach that they have taken is to serve as the backbone organization to create a strategic plan, but beyond that, to begin to work with partners, programs, and services to braid and blend funding so that we maximize our investments to our young children and that we make sure that we serve families holistically and not serve children's needs in isolation. You know, we don't have children with labels that say, I need additional health, I need additional mental health services, I need quality early learning, but really we know families come and there are systems of services that they need and apply. So Palm Beach has worked incredibly hard to bring together the right partners to say, how do we best serve the needs of our families holistically and make sure that we're thoughtful and that our approach is cost effective so that we can serve and maximize our investments for the children in our community. Miami-Dade has done also an incredible amount of work through the Children's Trust. And one of the things, though, I think worth sharing as we're talking about early learning is their investment in shared services, which is a concept of how do we really maximize, you know, when we think about our early learning services in our community and we know that there's a considerable wait list for children who still need to be served, who have identified need and we don't have the dollars to serve them, how do we create some efficiencies and coordination through shared services so that the early learning practitioners and the programs are able to work together, whether it be on management of their programs, shared practices, purchasing orders, that there's a lot of benefit in creating an infrastructure for the early learning providers to operate as a community and support one another, which helps increase the level of quality and access to quality in communities. And then, as I said, it's not just about Children's Services Council's communities. We also do a lot of work in other communities and support their early education. And in Sarasota, they have done an incredibly amount of intensive focus on early education, recognizing that in Florida, while we've done a tremendous job on grade level reading, we are among the top tier of the states, we still have 40% of our students not reading proficiently by the end of 3rd grade. And those students are likely not to graduate from high school, and then we know the end of that story. And so Sarasota has really organized. Their community foundation has created synergy and energy to make sure the right partners are at the table, and they're all working together to support the birth to 5 perspective, but also the kindergarten through 3rd grade, and make sure there is continuity in service for children from a birth to 8 perspective so that they can increase grade level reading outcomes for children.
Okay, so we have kind of disparate things going on here, but I think they're really all connected. What we've heard Chief DeLeo, we sort of laid out there the number of kids that they're in crisis, and we saw from Dr. Ramey and Rob this morning about how a really effective intervention like Abecedarian and others really does, sounds to me, create that system of care around. It's not just about the kid. It's not just about the education. It's about that system of care. And it sounds to me like that's what some of these communities are able to, in Miami and Palm Beach and Sarasota, through different ways and different investments, are able to provide that. That's sort of what you're describing there?
That's absolutely. It is all about systems of care, and in each community, it's really unique to that community, which is an important note. It's reflective. The work that they're doing is very much reflective of the needs of their community and what they have recognized, and how they can best coordinate and create systems of care so that they are able to serve families holistically, watch out for the needs of their family, and really in those communities have been able to move the outcomes above and beyond other communities with like populations.
Great. So we'll talk a little bit about more of those, but I think maybe we can, you've sort of given us some effective strategies for addressing the issues that we've already seen today, which we've seen in other communities. Chief DeLeo, are there examples that you've seen here in other communities for addressing the need that you've laid out there?
Well, I think one of the things that honestly drew me to this opportunity to come here was there's already so many good organizations in place. And I always go back to the Comprehensive Emergency Services shelter that we're just getting ready to open up. And now everyone put aside their differences and found the common goal and got it done because we were able to work together to get that. This is the same type of thing. We have all the resources in place. There's so many good programs, or we have a lot of them in place. And it's a matter of making sure that we get the right person to the right program. And I think our biggest challenge right now is the linkage. When you look at Whole Child Leon and you look at the Early Learning Coalition and how they kind of parent with United Way and all the programs that are here, and you look at all the individual providers between, churches and educational institutions, a lot of the pieces are here. We're just missing that almost centralized linkage point of, here's an incident happened, how do we make sure that this child is getting the resources they need and the follow-through? And I think that's our big challenge moving forward of tying everything together and then making sure that the child gets the right opportunity and resources, and then there's that follow-up to maintain that.
Right, and the Whole Child Leon exists to be that coordinating, but we have one person, so it's a resource issue there as well. And I think that's these communities have brought resources to bear to be there to address that. So April, I want to shoot back to you for a little bit on the family-friendly business practices, and maybe ask you, Brittany, if you're thinking while I ask April this question, how many employees do you have?
We have 35.
And so this description of this family-friendly atmosphere, the welcome zone is phenomenal. Is that, do you think, applicable to businesses of all sizes?
I think every business is going to be a little bit different. When I first opened my company 16 years ago, I think, It was me and an intern, and she graduated, and we got a big contract. Woohoo! We were very excited, and she started working for me full time, and she got sick. Well, she was on her dad's insurance, who lived in Texas, and she was here in Tallahassee, and she couldn't get to a good doctor, and that experience really shamed me into an important part of our family friendly, and that was we provide 100% health care coverage for our employees, because we don't want there to be any reason why somebody would not have health insurance. So we 100% provide it, and of course, they can purchase family coverage as well. And we provide a lot of benefits. We do a sabbatical after 10 years of service. You get a 4-week sabbatical. You cannot work on your sabbatical. You cannot contact the office. We've had clients try to pay our employees extra to work for them while they were on sabbatical. That's not allowed. But the idea of that is just to help people rejuvenate, refresh, and come back motivated to work again. And goodness knows people work so hard. We certainly need that. But again, there's a lot of things that we do from our policy standpoint. But I think, again, it is the philosophy. And I also think that one of the best things that you can do for your employees is help them learn to give back and help them find an easy way to give. And one of the things that has occurred to me as we're talking about these challenges in our community is that oftentimes there's not an organized way for you to quickly provide assistance. You might hear of something on Facebook or in the newspaper or something like that, and you don't really know who's got the ball. You know you could help, but is somebody else doing it? What is actually needed? Am I doing it as an individual? And I think it would be a very interesting thing if you could have businesses, we have 15 people in Tallahassee. If kids in Franklin County needed underwear, we could figure out a way to get them underwear. If they needed toothbrushes or a kid was in need or a family was in need, we could certainly help. And there are companies that are a lot bigger than us who I know, if they were organized in some way, that it was, there was a one person to contact. Can you help with, one of these 10 things? Yes, we can do that. Because I know, every day I open my mail and I have requests for $1,000 or $5,000 or $10,000 from a local not-for-profit. And that cash out of hand, there's a limit to that. But we do have a great workforce who is highly motivated, very smart, and very willing to help. And if we could figure out that connect, I think that it would be really beneficial.
Sounds like you've created a task force for yourself there, April. Mr. Mayor, you taking, yeah. Well, and in your program, which is fantastic, there are some descriptions of family-friendly business practices, family-friendly workplace practices. And I think, the purpose of this is we have a group of business leaders, and many of you, I'm sure, do think about these family-friendly business practices, but these are things, in many cases, that don't cost any money, really.
Right. It is a philosophy. For example, the telecommuting. I think everybody's doing that now. We require people to be practically on 24/7. Everybody's looking at their emails on a Sunday afternoon. So my goodness, if they want to come in later or leave early, they certainly should be able to do that. But of course, not all businesses are professional services. Gloria owns a Amwat Moving, and that would be very different. But I know that she works hard to create a family-friendly environment in the context of the kind of business that she has. So, I think it is very different for people. One of the things that I would encourage, and it's something that we have just, hello, light bulb went on, that we actually, even at our size, we can offer a lot of the pre-tax benefits that help people afford child care and that help them, reduce their medical costs. It was something that, frankly, I hadn't really thought about, and somebody approached us and we said, oh yeah, we can absolutely do that. And, it's a small thing, but all of these things add up. And if you are a small business and you're not doing that, it's pretty simple to administer. So, anything like that I think is helpful to the employees.
Great. So I want to kind of go back to the what we started the day with, the early education, and really kind of let's think about it in the context of that kid who the chief talked about, who one or more parents are incarcerated, and that kid is now that statistic of maybe one parent at home, maybe that parent doesn't have a high school education, and so already that kid is so far behind. What are the interventions that we can point to here in this community and then in other communities, Brittany, that ensure that kid has that system of care, but also a nurturing early education environment that's accessible to that child just as it is to our children, because we know that those are the children for whom, if we make the investment now, they will not be where their parent is in the future.
So that's not a loaded question
Yeah,
at
just
all.
get it out there.
It's a great question, though. So there is a huge movement, which I think hits on what you're talking about, which is the two-generational approach. So first of all, for the parent that is in the household with the child, and knowing that there, a lot of single-parent homes are more prevalent now, in that situation, making sure that we are taking a two-generational approach and that we are addressing the family's needs and thinking about how to support that mother or father in addition to supporting that child. So I'll sort of take those in isolation. So there's a lot of really good research on family literacy programs now that show that, educating the parents on and helping them with their own literacy levels if they are low also helps bring up the literacy levels of the children and make sure that the family understands the priority and significance of education and can support their child and make sure that as we're thinking about the future for that child, that future is bright and that they're feeling very supported. And the second part of your question, which is incredibly important, is access to quality. So we don't necessarily have a capacity issue in our state when it comes to early education, but that's different than true quality experiences and much of what Dr. Ramey described, that we know we do not have an abundance of the highest quality care. And we have some amazing child care providers in the state of Florida, and I don't want it all to suggest that we don't, but we don't have enough. We don't have an abundance to make sure that all children have access to high quality care. So when you begin thinking about how as a community we approach that, it's really creating a system. We need to get very clear about how we define quality, and there are clear definitions, and then we need to look at the resources needed to move the needle on that. Statewide basis, for our school readiness program, which supports low-income working families and provides access to quality care. Right now, the average payment rate is about $5,000 a year, and the average private pay rate is about $10,000. All of us who've paid it know it's right up about $10,000 a year. So when we're investing half the cost of care, we've got some system challenges there. So that's where opportunities, like I mentioned before, shared services, but really being very clear on the quality continuum and making sure the providers have access to the resources and supports they need to offer the highest quality care. So then we need to move away from having a capacity challenge and making sure that we have enough opportunities for children to access high quality services.
And that's not cheap. And that's the issue.
You get what you pay for.
Right. Absolutely. But I think that's what we heard this morning. You get what you pay for, and for every dollar invested, there's anywhere from $4 to $17, and that's returned in many cases to the taxpayer. And so in Minnesota, the private sector has said this is important enough for us to invest in, and they led the charge, and then the state said, well, that makes sense. And so I really applaud Mayor Gillum for sort of getting us to this conversation in this community, because I think we have a group of committed people that once we see that there's a challenge, we're going to address it. So I want to do one last round of questions and then open it up to the audience. What are some barriers? I mean, I think there might be sort of obvious, but Chief, are there any, barriers to addressing the things that we've talked about? What are the challenges?
Well, I think, one of the things that we've talked about a lot, and we've heard already today, is, we have to be more cooperative and less competitive. And again, it comes down to money and grant funding cycles and, and everything else where we've got so many people competing for the same pool of resources that, low bid shouldn't always win, and what we pay for now, the more we invest now, the less you need me in the future.
Right.
And that's not a bad thing. And I'm certainly proud of my profession and the work that we do and everything else. But the more we invest now in our children, 10, 15, 20 years from now, you need less law enforcement, you need less correctional systems, you need less probation and parole because the prevention. And does it cost more upfront? Yes. But the long-term cost of incarceration and everything else are just tremendous. And then, like I said, you start talking about the children and the unintended consequences that we don't see. So it's really focusing on evidence-based, what works, focusing on those programs, and then growing them and making sure we link the right people to those programs.
April?
And I would just echo, it takes a village, and the business community has a role to play. I think the error that sometimes we make is thinking, and what they can do is write a big check, and there's a lot of other things that they can and want to do, and it's almost an employee benefit to offer people the opportunity to give back. And if you make that available to people, they learn how to give back. And not everybody has had that experience. Not everybody has served on a board. Not everybody has been asked to lead a fundraising initiative or something like that. So they may feel like, I've never been asked. And if there's a way that you can ask, not just for money but for time and talent, I think that we should do that, because I do believe it does take a village, and we all have a role to play. It's not just about programs.
And just real quick, if every employee or every employer gave an employee 1 hour a week to mentor, 1 hour a week, that would be tremendous, because the time is so much more valuable than the money in so many cases. And if these children had someone to sit and talk with them and show them what hard work can do, and to sit and maybe help them with homework or things like that, that time, 1 hour a week, would have such a tremendous ripple effect.
And I think it's a state of, that's actually something it's a state government initiative here. And I'll make a plug for our South City Multisport Club that you guys have been helped with. We have a group of kids, 4th and 5th graders in South City, that Whole Child and Gulf Winds Track Club are working to mentor to do triathlons. And 8 of them completed a triathlon in the fall, which is really cool. But that's a form of mentoring we're giving these kids an opportunity that they wouldn't otherwise have. And I know there's tons of programs like that in this community, but making sure that everyone's aware of those opportunities. And I think, as Bill Mumford said, if you sign up to mentor, make sure you show up. He said that earlier, and I think that couldn't, the importance of that couldn't be underscored, because you're telling that kid that they're as important to you as that business meeting.
But there are other things. For example, a law firm could do a presentation for a group of middle school kids about what it's like to be a lawyer, raise their sights a little bit. We do a networking course for college students that could be brought to high school kids. It's not difficult. There are a lot of things that we could do that would just help a little bit.
Right, and I'll let Brittany answer that, but I also think it's important that all of these volunteer things, they're all out there, and we try to bring them together and pool the resources, but it doesn't substitute for a real investment in the types of programs that we've heard about from the beginning of today. And I think that I don't want to leave here with us thinking that we're all going to we can all go out and mentor and volunteer, and we'll be able to volunteer away the problem, because they're really, we have some issues here and across the state. So, Brittany, challenges that you see and how you see.
Well, 2 things come to mind. One is, even with the reference earlier today about even if you don't like children, it's a worthy investment. But the truth is, it's easy and resonates with most people to say children are important, and it's a lot more challenging to do the work that needs to happen to make children important. And so I think that's one of the biggest challenges, is creating that culture shift, so we're not talking about it, but we're actually acting on it. And in the early childhood stratosphere, whether it's health or early learning, there was an advocate once who said it, and I think it's so true, that we're not going to really move the needle until everyone involved brings all of their pots of gold, lays them on the table, and worries not about what they leave with. but worries about what needs to happen. And so that's part of what I'm hearing, that we're starting that discussion, but it's a really important, and I think it echoes what the chief said, that it's about coordination and it's about getting really serious, and those are tough issues, but they're really worthy.
Right. Okay, well, I think we have some time for a few questions from the audience. We have one here.
Good morning. I'm Temple Robinson, the CEO at the Bond Community Health Center. And we speak of mentoring children. But I have a great concern because it takes a little courage often to mentor a parent. And so what I see in the exam room, staff will come to me and say, I can't believe it. The 2-year-old did something and the mom whacked him in the head. And I said, well, did you say something? This is the time. Most parents mean well. They love their children. They are trying to prepare their children for a tough world or for a tough community. But they only know what they know. And everything doesn't rise to the level of a DCF call. But when the teachers are complaining, I can't stop them from cussing in the classroom. I can't stop them from fighting. Did you take a minute to talk with the parent, to mentor that parent, to say, look, cussing and screaming and fighting in the home is not healthy for the child. I'm going to help you find a resource so that we can break this cycle. Because you can be in an early childhood program from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening, perfect program. But the child still has to go home. And if all your family knows is what your family knows, that's what it imparts to the child. So my question is looking at the mentoring, and you have to be very careful how you mentor a parent. I can't go up to a lady in the grocery store and say, hey, your child can't use the bathroom yet because those nerves have not developed. That's why the child's not potty trained. So your 2-year-old doesn't understand why you're whacking them in the head. All they know is they got whacked in the head. There's no logic to this. So where is the mentoring for the poor parent that truly knows all they know? Now, we know there's some parents that are mean-spirited, but most parents aren't. They want the best for their kid, and they're probably doing the best they can in the situation where they are.
So I'm happy to respond to that because I think it's an incredibly important point. And, you know, one of the things that we always point out in the early education, so as we're talking about early learning, is one of the greatest advantages or disadvantages as well, but the positive side of the coin of not having transportation is that you see parents on both sides of the day every day. And so making the most of those opportunities and really, you know, from the early childhood community, engaging families in the discussion. As you said it right. The approach is everything. We can't talk at families. We need to engage them in conversation, hold them up, celebrate them, and then, you know, help them move forward, understanding how important it is that they support their children's positive development and what a huge impression they have on their child. There's research that looked at children who survive and flourish and are successful ultimately in life from an array of backgrounds and circumstances, whether it was poverty, toxic stress, child abuse. And for the children that succeeded, one of the common linkages that they found was maternal expectations. So that the moms who were communicating, I expect more, you're going to, you know, take your education seriously, you're going to do great things, that has a huge influence on how that child's worldview is shaped. So taking those moments and those opportunities when we engage in families and helping hold up the importance of the role they play in their children's lives is really significant.
And it's what I hear Mayor Gillum talk about, you know, culture change. Some of it is just beginning that educational process because the mom doesn't know. As you said, I mean, she's not intentionally, but making sure that it is a community effort through all of our organizations, through Whole Child, through an organization called PACT that works with parents, to take every opportunity to as a teaching moment for not just for kids but for parents.
I would also say, as a mother of 3 kids, my kids went to Creative Preschool, and one of the best things about Creative for me, and there were many, many, many wonderful things, was that they offered a parenting class every year. And, you know, maybe I'm a slow learner. I went 3 times. You know, I found it extremely interesting, and it helped me. Yes, I was socially promoted. It helped me so much to understand kids, because I wasn't an early childhood major. What did I know, really? I mean, I knew how to be a kid, and then I was a mom. And so I think that those opportunities are really important, and, you know, I think a lot of parents will seek those out.
Brittany's asked for a minute for a story.
Well, just because you said that, and yes, my son also attended creative preschool, and you know, as you mentioned parent engagement, we're talking about it, it just took me right back to a moment and how important it was for me at the time. I was the director of the Office of Early Learning for the state, and yet had a really young child, and it was very hard to be away from him, you know, as you might imagine. But the trust and the relationship that was built was huge and significant. And every morning when I dropped my son off, we had a routine. We did 3 kisses, 1 for a good day, 2 for a great day, and 3 for a fantastic day. And around age 4, he looked at me and said, "No more, we're done." It was a very hard day for me, but I thought, okay, this is okay, we're okay. So I get back to my office and my phone rings, and it was Pam Phelps, and she said, "Brittany, everything's okay, Jake is fine, but he was really distressed when you left. He thought he ruined your day because you didn't get the 3 kisses." So I told him as soon as they sat down at the table for breakfast, I'd bring him in the office and he could call you and wish you a great day. And I knew in that moment, you know, it really, I already was a believer, obviously, in early childhood development, but how important that relationship was, that it wasn't just respect for me, it was respect for my son and his needs being met and the assurance that he was in a very safe, nurturing place. And so I think that just underscores everything that we're talking about today.
Yeah, but also remember, all 3 of us, all 4 of us as parents, you know, we have the ability to provide those settings for our kids and those parenting classes.
Right.
And there's, you know, the stressed mom, you have no idea what's going on in that mom's life that's yelling at her kid in the grocery store. You know, she's maybe, you know, who knows? Her husband, the father may be incarcerated. She may have 2 jobs holding down. You know, kids may be hungry. Who knows? So that again underscores the importance of the research that we've heard this morning, and the importance of that, the challenge that we have, and I think an opportunity as a community to really take this to heart and ensure that every single child, you know what Bill Mumford said this morning, we have a moral obligation. Every child not only should not be hungry, but should have an opportunity to have these experiences, as well as every parent. So, other questions from the audience? On the front row here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Monique Turner Lopez. I am not a resident of Tallahassee, but hope to soon day be one.
After this, why would you not, right?
I'm here with my husband. We're from Connecticut. And my question is for Chief DeLeo. I'm interested in knowing more about, and I apologize for my ignorance, but I'm interested in knowing more about Tallahassee's efforts in regards to restorative juvenile justice, and if there is a juvenile justice review board here and any community advocates that work with the highest risk, most marginalized young people here in Tallahassee so that they can avoid being part of that school-to-prison pipeline.
I inherited a very good community-based organization when it comes to juveniles. We had the Palmer Monroe Teen Center that's been here that Mayor Gillum was very instrumental in starting up, that the police department partnered with as a teen court. We had the juvenile civil citation program for first-time nonviolent offenders to defer them so that there's no arrest ever shows up or anything else based on the completion of, you know, community service or programs, depending on what's needed after an evaluation. We have a nonviolent communication course, depending on what happens, they'll go for about 12 weeks for a couple hours a night for 12 weeks. So we do have a lot of different components of a restorative justice process, and the diversion program is very active. I would say offhand, not that it's a good number, but I would say we had about 700 juvenile arrests last year in 2014, but we had about 200 juvenile civil citations issued. So as far as a ratio, as far as diverting, when the officers have the opportunity to do that, they're very good about identifying the people who qualify and using the juvenile civil citation as a component, as opposed to an arrest.
Okay, I think this is a wrap of this panel. I thank all of our panelists. I think we have, from the beginning of the day, I think we have, again, a lot to think about as to, we know how it can be done. We know how it can be done in other communities, and now we just have to figure out how we can do it together here. And we are so very fortunate to have a mayor who really does get this and who understands how to not only how to lay out a challenge for us, but I think he knows how to get us all to accept that challenge and go forward. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mayor Gillum, and thank you so much for.
Let's give the panel
an
a round of
amazing day.
applause for it. Excellent. In fact, let's give a round of applause for both our expert speakers, our panelists for today, and all of you. By show of hands, how many of us learned something today we didn't know before we walked in the room? I tell you, I'm buoyed, I'm overwhelmed, I'm blown away by, I think, the quality of what we got this morning. Our team was nervous about trying to get so much into such a compact period of time, but I think a lot of information and knowledge has been shared, and I think many of us will be enriched very richly by it. I also want to thank for the policymakers. I know you all lead extremely busy lives. Our secretaries, our chancellors, our local elected officials, our business leaders, our advocates. You all are indeed phenomenal. Can I ask just real quickly for the planning committee and the staff who helped put this together? Will you all stand where you are, because you deserve a huge round of applause. You all have been incredibly phenomenal. I'll tell you, my grandmother used to have a saying, when you know better, you do better. And I think as a result of today, if we didn't know before, you should know now of the value of investing in early childhood education. If the brain science didn't move you by itself, check your pulse. If you don't care so much about that and aren't compelled by that, or the morality of the argument, the economics. And I love it's kind of funny, if you hate kids and you're the Scrooge of children, you still get a $16 return on every $1 of your investment. Who could argue reasonably against that? All of the issues by which many of us really exert a lot of passion in our questioning, a lot of the side effects, in my opinion, that come later in the process, I'll describe those as symptoms of what are more core problems. I'll tell you, as an elected official, I'll be very honest, we are not very well incentivized to look long term. We serve 2-year terms. We serve 4-year terms. There are caps on terms. So from a policymaker standpoint, we have not as much society-imposed limits, but self-limits in our ability to be courageous in public policymaking. And so I want to admit that as we set out on this work, because it's going to require a lot of coalition building, a lot of partnership. It's going to require those of us who work in only this spectrum of the work to bring down the silos, work across silos to solve real problems. Whether it was juvenile justice or bad health statistics moving in the wrong direction, whether it is infant mortality, SIDS, all of these issues are corollaries to one another. They're as intersectional gets. When we learned this morning about the brain science around what moves people, what developments, neurological functioning, executive functioning, that has to develop between that 0 and 3 age. What we didn't hear, and we're probably left to subsume, is in brain development, when some of those connections are not made in that early period, they never get made over a lifetime. And that's huge. That's incredibly pivotal, in my opinion. And so I mentioned early on, I'm kind of a Burger King baby, and I really hate giving people long-term assignments, quite frankly. Because as it has been said to us time and time again, we already know everything we need to do on this. The question is are we willing, prepared to roll up our sleeves and do it? And I certainly, as one person, am, and I hope that you all are motivated to do the same. In my opinion, I approach this in three sort of buckets. One, a question of quality of care. Two, one about access. And three, one about culture, our community culture in this regard. On the question of quality, we know that so much is inequality. And I'll tell you, RJ and I are in the process and have been for the past couple of weeks of going around and touring different child care facilities. And, Mimi and Lorraine has equipped us with all kind of data and information. And, we are rolling through it. And as we go to each place, we try to ask the questions we think need to be asked. We try to boil this down to something that's real. And this isn't just our experience. I'm reflecting, I think, a lot of experiences of a lot of parents. And we are two reasonably educated people, and it is still a very difficult thing. And so I'll tell you what it oftentimes ends up coming down to. There's a program that may charge $1,000 a head per kid, and another one that might charge $650. And you start to ask yourself, well, if there's one charging $1,000 and one charging $650, something must be missing in the $650 program. And I would argue that a lot of parents probably just do it that simply. And again, these are parents probably with choice or privilege because of their ability and their flexibility around making those choices. For others, that's not even the choice. It's what can I afford? It's what can I afford? It's just that basic. In Sarasota, and we heard them referenced before, they took their community foundation led an effort, raised $1.5 million, and put roughly $500,000 into an ad campaign, commercials, radio, so on and so forth, saying, look for the stars, check for the stars. And what that was a rating system. They adopted a quality rating system that was voluntary. It didn't tell people what exactly you need to teach. It didn't go into the nuance of the curriculum. It said, these are the functions, these are the expectations we have for early child development in these centers. This is what children ought to be learning. Evaluated them, 76% of the folks voluntarily went on to that system to be measured. And I'll tell you, I have to believe that part of the reason why that number is so high is because through that ad campaign, you had parents going up saying, what's your star rating? Are you a 1? Are you a 2? Are you a 3? Are you a 4-star? And it was referenced earlier. If I can go and sit down in a restaurant in New York and before I walk in the door know whether it's an A, B, C, or D restaurant, not based off the cost of the menu items, but just some simple matrix that they came up with. And I don't want to dumb down 0 to 5 education to a restaurant matrix, but the fact is the premise is the same, which is giving customers, giving clients, in our case, giving parents and families information about choice. For the place that they're going to spend the overwhelming majority of their day, it shouldn't be too much of a lift for folks to have at least that much information before making decisions. And so we are creating a committee to look at the quality component. And Matt Gusi, I know you're still in the room, has agreed to chair that committee, and we're thankful for you for doing that. Access is a huge issue. We know it. There's a voucher system that only goes up to so much. There are folks in our community, as we know, in the overwhelming, particularly of the statistics that we saw driving much of this work, who don't really get to exercise a lot of choice in that. It's basically what you can afford, and so we know cost is an issue. And so we've got a committee, and I'm not today ready to announce the chair. He's told me he's 99% there, and I think today is going to put him over the edge to chair a conversation around cost. And I think we've titled it Greater Community Investments in Children and Families. And what does that look like? And what recommendations that might be brought back from that? And then there's this question of culture, and we've heard it show up in a lot of different ways. There's business culture. What happens, in the workplace, and how could you, do some little tweaks in your workplace to make it an easier and a friendly face for employees to be able to not only care for their work environment and be good employees, but also be good parents, taking less time off and spending more time on task, and I think yielding a greater benefit to the business. But there's also a piece of culture that says, some of us, we were in a conversation, and someone said, well, what do you do about those parents who just aren't interested in teaching their kids, the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s? And as somebody acknowledged, yes, there are some bad intentioned parents out there, but I would argue exception versus the rule. I think the rule is most parents, most families want to raise healthy, good, loving kids. They want to set them up for a bright future. But there's a huge gap between what they might know and what they do. And so the parent piece of this, the culture piece, is also the next layer of this culture part of it, and it's twofold. One, to this issue of culture is we want to create a committee that deals with how we create better family-friendly workplaces and culture in our community. And then the other one is, and last, is this resources and training for parents and families. The family structure looks very different. In our household, it's me, my wife, and my mother, who primarily right now are helping to take care of our twins. And in other families, it's grandma and uncle or cousin or auntie or uncle. And so we know we have to take a very broad lens, a very broad spectrum at what we mean when we say family. And all those folks need support and understanding and teaching and education about what should be happening at these critical developmental stages in a child's life. Because too often, unfortunately, due to a lack of education, we've got parents who are treating these years as throwaway years. And when we know what we know after today about the fact of what happens between these early years, we know they're anything but throwaway. They're fundamental to a life's trajectory. They're fundamental, concrete, basic to a life's trajectory. But if a parent is illiterate, and they think that, they shy away from a book because they don't know the words and can't articulate them properly, maybe they never pick up a book and spend that time reading to a child. Well, some of the training that I've seen out there is, well, take a book, and even if there are words, or a book with just pictures, use your own words to describe what you think is happening in the book. Because what's important is what the child is hearing, that engagement, that give and take, that interaction. That's critically important. So the tools and equipping our families with the tools, the knowledge, skills, and tools that they need to make the right decisions for their children. They want to do it. We just have to help close. The gap. So I think there's some folks who are in the back of the room that are holding up buckets, and each of those buckets has on it one of the committees that I have described. And what I'm going to ask you to do, for those of you who are willing, as you leave this room today, those buckets will be outside on a table. Take your name badge. If you're interested in one of these particular issues and going deeper, take the name badge and just drop it in there. We'll do the rest from there. Just take it and drop it in there. What we're going to ask for these committees is that we give them between a 6 and 7 month lifespan, because again, I don't think it's not going to take too terribly long for us to figure out how we ought to move forward on these items. And by the end of the year, we want to be able to let our community know that we're moving forward, and we're moving forward aggressively. Now, some may say there are a lot of things. If you can't address children 0 to 5 unless you address abuse first. And as I mentioned, or whatever, I just use that as an example, but there are a lot of things. Unless you address poverty first, unless you address the infant mortality first, unless you address this problem first. And I think all those issues are tangential here. But the problem, in my opinion, that I think has kept us so latent, I think, on developing what we need to do in a real comprehensive action plan forward, is when we move into those silos and we don't lower those walls, we find ourselves intransigent. The problem gets so big, and we're struggling to figure out where you dissect it and how you dissect it. So I'm going to apologize to those critics in advance and say I am going to be unapologetically singular focused on the items that we've identified in this area. And will it have residual benefit? I absolutely believe it will have residual benefit. And in these committees, I hope that we'll take these questions, these issues, wrangle with them, so that we're making sure that we're lowering the silos, and I think bringing our community completely to the table together and forward. And last, for me, we know what it is we need to do. A question is whether or not we feel compelled enough to do it. And some will say, Mayor Gillum, what in the world does the city have to do with any of this? Well, the truth is that if the city is still spending $50 million a year on its police department, and I'm not sure how many million on its jail, if it's spending millions in its human services every year, if we're spending money on our neighborhoods to try to keep them safe and well-developed, then I would argue it makes sense for us to spend some time, energy, and effort on getting in front of this problem at its earliest point. And so I am going to be committed in that way, that I'm clear that we need to fill potholes and pave sidewalks, build roads and keep parks and recreations operational and good and at a high caliber. It's an important part of our job. I don't plan on ignoring that. It's important to what we're doing here. But if we're going to spend that time and resources and energy on the bricks and mortar capital of what we do as a community, it's in my opinion that we spend a little bit of resource, time, energy, and effort on building the human capital, on building and investing in the human capital of those who have the ability to, I think, transform our community for the better in the short term, in the medium term, in the long term. And so we're inviting you all to join us in this effort. I think the opportunities are endless for the city of Tallahassee. We're the capital city of what is now the third largest state in America. We sit in the shadows of the Capitol building of the state of Florida, where legislators come in and out, secretaries live in our communities, the governor, other elected officials of our state are right here. And we ought to be the model for the state of Florida in this area. We ought to not take any prisoners, any excuses for why it is that we can't lay out, in my opinion, what 0 to 5 early childhood investments ought to look like across the state of Florida and maybe indeed the world. But we got to start here at home first. And so I hope y'all will join us in this effort. I am overwhelmingly excited by the fact that y'all stayed all this while. Secretary Daley, I know you've been called out a number of times, but I can't remember even state meetings where I've seen a department head, chancellor, who sat through it and it didn't have anything to do almost directly with their work. We're tangential to your work and integral to it. And I'm glad that you all saw fit to be here today. Former Secretary Walmsley, Chair of our Children's Council for the State, thank you. Commissioner Miller, City Commissioner, thank you. Curtis Richardson, who I know just left, former Corrections Chief Secretary and former Chief of Police. Thank you for being here. And I know we've had many other electeds that came by here. And obviously, thank you to the masses, you all who are doing this work. I believe we can do it. And I may be the only one, but I don't believe I'm the only one. Anybody else think we can do this? I think we can. And I am overwhelmingly excited about it. And I hope that you all will stay in this with us. Give us time to wrestle with this a little bit and see if we can't move our community decidedly forward in the right direction. I'm excited, and I wish y'all a wonderful rest of your Friday. We only took the morning, and you got the rest of the day. God bless y'all.